Hello guys, welcome to Fanfic Heaven. So in this video, we will see, what if Harry's accidental magic summoned every dead Potter at age 7 and they trained him for war. If you enjoy these kinds of stories, don't forget to show us some love by hitting the like button and subscribing to the channel. Your support means the world to us. Now, let's start the story. Chapter 1. The awakening. The cupboard under the stairs had never felt smaller to Harry Potter than it did on the sweltering July afternoon of his 7th birthday. Not that the Dursleys acknowledged the significance of July 31st. To them, it was simply another summer day to remind their nephew how thoroughly unwanted he was in their pristine home on Privet Drive. Harry curled his thin frame into the corner of his makeshift bedroom, careful not to disturb the spiders that had become his only consistent companions. His glasses, held together with sellotape after Dudley's most recent Harry hunting session, slid down his nose as sweat beaded on his forehead. The heat was stifling, but Harry had learned years ago not to complain. Complaints only led to more time locked away. "Boy!" Uncle Vernon's voice thundered from the kitchen. "Get in here." Harry scrambled to his feet, hitting his head on the sloped ceiling. He was growing taller, though still small for his age thanks to years of malnutrition. He pushed open the cupboard door and hurried toward the kitchen, where Uncle Vernon's face had achieved a dangerous shade of purple. "Yes, Uncle Vernon? What is this?" Vernon thrust a crumpled paper toward Harry's face. Harry blinked, focusing on the page. It was a school report, his school report, showing marks far above Dudley's in every subject. Harry's stomach sank. He'd learned early that outperforming his cousin was dangerous territory, but the one teacher who seemed to notice him, Ms. Collins, had insisted he stop hiding his abilities. Hard work should be rewarded, she'd told him with a kind smile that made Harry want to believe her. That had clearly been a mistake. "I asked you a question, boy." "It's my school report, sir," Harry answered quietly. Vernon slammed the paper onto the kitchen table. "And how do you explain these marks? Better than Dudley's in every subject? You've been showing off again, haven't you?" "No, sir, don't lie to me." Vernon's fist came down next to the report, rattling the china in Petunia's cabinet. "After all we've done for you. Putting a roof over your head, clothes on your back, food in your ungrateful stomach. And this is how you repay us? By making Dudley look bad?" Aunt Petunia appeared in the doorway, her horse-like face pinched with displeasure. "I always said there was something unnatural about him. Just like my sister, always trying to show everyone up." "I wasn't trying to." "Quiet." Vernon's voice dropped to a dangerous whisper. "No meals for 3 days. And you'll stay in that cupboard except for chores and using the bathroom. Perhaps that will teach you your place in this house." Harry felt something hot and angry coiling in his chest, a sensation he'd become familiar with in moments of extreme distress. Strange things tended to happen when he felt this way: glasses repairing themselves, hair growing back overnight, finding himself suddenly on a school roof. He tried to push the feeling down, knowing it would only make things worse. "And another thing," Vernon continued, seeming to gain momentum in his rage. "That teacher of yours, Miss Collins, called to sing your praises. Said you have exceptional potential, and should be tested for the gifted program." He sneered the words as if they tasted foul in his mouth. "I set her straight. Told her you were a troublemaker, prone to lies and cheating. She won't be bothering us again." Something inside Harry broke. Miss Collins, the only adult who had ever shown him kindness, who had slipped him extra snacks when she thought no one was looking and let him stay in the classroom during rainy lunch periods to read books from her personal collection. And now Vernon had ruined that too. "You had no right," Harry whispered, his hands trembling at his sides. Vernon's eyes bulged. "What did you say to me?" "You had no right." Harry's voice rose, the strange energy within him surging. "She was nice to me. She was the only one who was ever nice to me." The lights in the kitchen flickered. A low rumble seemed to emanate from the walls themselves. "Now see here," Vernon began, taking a threatening step forward. "No!" Harry shouted. "You're not going to lock me away again. You're not going to take the one good thing in my life." The cupboard door across the hall exploded off its hinges with a deafening crack. The light bulb in the kitchen shattered, sending glass raining down. The perfectly arranged family photos of the Dursleys, always conspicuously missing Harry, crashed to the floor one by one. "Stop this freakishness at once!" Vernon bellowed, lunging toward Harry with his meaty hand outstretched. But before he could reach the boy, an unseen force knocked him backward into the refrigerator with enough impact to dent the door. Petunia screamed, clawing at the wall behind her as if trying to melt into it. Upstairs, they could hear Dudley's panicked wails. Harry stood in the center of the kitchen, untouched by the chaos swirling around him. His eyes were squeezed shut, his small fists clenched at his sides as the power continued to build within him. It was too much, too powerful to contain, a lifetime of suppressed emotion and magic seeking escape all at once. "Make it stop," he whispered to himself. "Please make it stop." But it didn't stop. Instead, the very air in the kitchen began to shimmer and distort. A cold wind whipped through the house despite the summer heat outside, carrying with it whispers that seemed just beyond understanding. The temperature plummeted so quickly that frost began to form on the windows. And then, as suddenly as it had begun, everything went still. The wind died. The rumbling ceased. The remaining light stabilized. Harry opened his eyes. He was no longer alone in the kitchen. Standing between him and the cowering Dursleys was a man, tall and lean with untidy black hair so like Harry's own. Beside him, a woman with flowing red hair and startlingly green eyes. And behind them, more figures, some solid-looking, others transparent as morning mist, men and women of various ages, all with some feature that echoed in Harry's own face. A pointed chin here, the shape of the eyes there, the way one man stood with his head slightly tilted. "Hello, son," said the black-haired man softly. "You've grown so much." Harry stared, uncomprehending. Who are you?" The woman knelt before him, her eyes, his eyes, glistening with unshed tears. "Oh, Harry. We're your family. Your real family." She reached out as if to touch his cheek but stopped just short. "I'm Lily. Your mother. And this is James, your father." But you're dead," Harry whispered. The Dursleys had told him his parents died in a car crash, one of the few concrete details they'd ever shared about his past. "We are," James confirmed with a sad smile. "But you called us, Harry. All of us. Your magic called to your blood when you needed us most." Harry looked past his parents to the gathering of spectral figures. "All of you are my family." An elderly man with silver-streaked black hair and round glasses stepped forward. Despite his age, he stood tall and dignified. "Indeed we are, young Harry. Fleamont Potter, your grandfather. And this lovely woman," he gestured to an elegant witch beside him, "is your grandmother Euphemia." "The Potter legacy stretches back centuries," came another voice, belonging to a stern-faced man with a military bearing. "Charles Potter, your great-grandfather. In life, I was considered one of the finest duelists of my generation." One by one, they introduced themselves, generations of Potters stretching back further than Harry could comprehend. Doria Potter née Black, with her aristocratic features and knowing eyes. Hardwin Potter, who spoke with an archaic accent. Ralston Potter, who mentioned something about the Wizengamot that Harry didn't understand. "Wizards," Harry breathed, realization dawning. "You're all wizards. And I'm one too, aren't I? That's why strange things happen around me." "Yes, Harry," Lily confirmed. "You're a wizard, and a potentially very powerful one to have summoned us all like this." A choked sound from the corner of the kitchen reminded Harry they weren't alone. Uncle Vernon had regained his feet, his face cycling between white and purple as he sputtered incoherently. Aunt Petunia had sunk to the floor, her eyes fixed on Lily with a mixture of terror and something else Harry couldn't identify. "Petunia," Lily said, her voice suddenly cool. "I see you've kept my son in the same high regard you held me." "You're not real," Petunia whispered. "You can't be real. You're dead." "Death," said an ancient-looking Potter from the back of the gathering, "is not quite the barrier most believe it to be." James Potter turned to face Vernon, who shrank back despite the fact that James appeared unable to physically touch anything. "You've abused my son," he said, his voice dangerously calm. "Starved him. Locked him away like an animal. Made him sleep in a cupboard for 6 years. How dare you?" Vernon began, some of his bluster returning, only to be silenced by the collective cold stare of 24 Potter ancestors. "I think," said Doria Potter, her refined voice carrying the weight of the Black family's infamous temper, "that it's time the arrangements here changed significantly." Over the next several hours, as the summer sun set over Privet Drive and the neighbors remained blissfully unaware of the supernatural delegation taking place at number 4, Harry's life was irrevocably transformed. The Dursleys, faced with the undeniable evidence of the magical world they had tried so desperately to stamp out, found themselves significantly outmaneuvered. While the Potter spirits couldn't interact physically with the world, their knowledge and guidance allowed Harry to navigate a new arrangement. Dudley's second bedroom would become Harry's. He would receive proper meals, clothing that fit, and most importantly, respect, however grudgingly given. "We can't always be visible, Harry," James explained as they helped him move his meager belongings upstairs. "It requires tremendous magical energy, your magical energy, to manifest us in this form. But we'll always be with you, whether you can see us or not." Harry sat on the edge of his new bed, a real bed, not a thin mattress on the floor of a cupboard, trying to process everything that had happened. But why now? Why not before? Lily settled beside him, the mattress not even dipping under her spectral form. "Magic responds to need, Harry. Your need today was so great, your magic so pure and desperate, that it did something unprecedented. It reached beyond the veil and called to your bloodline." "And what a call it was," Fleamont added with undisguised pride. "The Potter magic has always been strong, but what you did today, well, I don't think it's been done before, at least not to summon so many generations at once." "But what happens next?" Harry asked, looking around at his ancestors. Will you stay with me?" Charles Potter stepped forward. "We will stay, and we will prepare you. There are things you must know, Harry, about our world and your place in it. About why your parents truly died, and what may still lie ahead." Harry's brow furrowed. "What do you mean?" "They died in a car crash." The temperature in the room seemed to drop several degrees as anger rippled through the gathered Potters. James knelt before his son, his hazel eyes intense behind his spectral glasses. "No, Harry. That was a lie. Your mother and I were murdered, trying to protect you from a very evil wizard. A wizard who tried to kill you too, but somehow couldn't. That's where your scar comes from." He gestured to Harry's forehead. "And I'm afraid he may not be gone forever." "You mean, someone tried to kill me? But why? I was just a baby." The Potters exchanged glances, a silent communication passing between them. "There was a prophecy," Lily said finally. "About a child who would have the power to defeat this dark wizard, Voldemort. He believed it referred to you, so he came after us." Harry tried to absorb this information, his 7-year-old mind struggling with concepts too large and terrible to fully comprehend. Is he coming back?" "We don't know for certain," said Ralston Potter gravely. "But we must assume it's possible. Which is why we must prepare you, starting now." "Prepare me? How?" Charles smiled, a determined glint in his eye. "By teaching you everything we know. Combat magic. Defensive spells. potions, ancient runes. The old ways of magic that have been largely forgotten. Between all of us, we possess centuries of magical knowledge. But I don't even have a wand, Harry pointed out. Magic existed long before wands, young heir, said one of the oldest-looking ancestors, a witch with silver hair and eyes that seemed to see through Harry. The wand is a focus, a tool, but the magic comes from within you. We'll begin there, with the foundations of your power. For the first time in his life, Harry felt something unfamiliar bloom in his chest, hope. Not just the fleeting hope that the Dursleys might forget to lock his cupboard or that Dudley might get distracted before catching him in the schoolyard, but real, substantial hope for a future. "When do we start?" he asked, straightening his shoulders. James and Lily exchanged proud smiles. "Now," said James. "We start now." The first lesson began that very night, with Harry sitting cross-legged on his bedroom floor as his ancestors gathered around him. The Dursleys had retreated to their respective rooms, too shaken by the day's events to interfere. Dudley had been spotted peeking curiously through a crack in his door earlier, but a stern look from Doria Potter had sent him scurrying back inside. "Magic," Fleamont explained, "is both simpler and more complex than most modern wizards understand. At its core, it's about intent, will, and the connection between your inner self and the natural energies that flow through all things. Before you can learn to direct magic outward," added Euphemia, "you must learn to feel it within yourself. Close your eyes, Harry, and try to recall how you felt earlier today, when your magic responded to your distress." Harry obediently closed his eyes, remembering the surge of heat and energy that had coursed through him in the kitchen. It felt like something warm was trying to get out. Like pressure building up. "Good," said Lily. "That's your magical core making itself known. Now, instead of letting it explode outward, try to feel its presence. Imagine it as a light within you." Harry concentrated, his small face scrunched in effort. At first, there was nothing but darkness behind his eyelids. Then, gradually, he became aware of a sensation, not quite a physical feeling, but something deeper. A warmth centered in his chest that seemed to pulse with his heartbeat. I think I can feel something," he whispered, afraid that speaking too loudly might break his concentration. "Excellent," Charles approved. "Now, try to direct that energy to your hand. Don't push it, gently guide it, like water flowing down a stream." Harry imagined the warm energy moving from his chest, down his arm, to his upturned palm. To his amazement, the hand began to tingle pleasantly. "Open your eyes, Harry," James said softly. Harry looked down at his hand. A faint, golden glow emanated from his palm, illuminating his small bedroom with warm light. His eyes widened in wonder. "I'm doing it. I'm actually doing magic." "Wandless magic," Doria noted with approval. "Most adult wizards can barely manage a Lumos spell without their wand, and here you are, producing light with pure intent at 7 years old." "The Potter gift has always run strong in the direct line," Hardwin commented. "Combined with Lily's natural affinity for charms work." Harry barely heard them, too entranced by the light dancing across his palm. He wanted it brighter, and as if responding to his thoughts, the glow intensified. "Careful now," James cautioned. "Magic responds to emotion. Try to maintain control." The light flickered as Harry's concentration wavered. He took a deep breath, focusing again on the sensation of energy flowing through him, and stabilized the glow. "Outstanding," Fleamont beamed. "Most wizard children have bursts of accidental magic, but deliberate control at your age is rare indeed." "What else can I do?" Harry asked eagerly. "Patience," Lily smiled. "This is just the beginning. Learning to feel and direct your magic is the foundation for everything else." "But we have years ahead of us," James added, "and much to teach you." As the night deepened, Harry continued his first lessons in magical control. By the time exhaustion finally overcame his excitement and he crawled into bed, he could not only produce light but change its color and move it from one hand to the other. Small accomplishments perhaps, but significant for a child who hours earlier hadn't even known magic was real. "Rest now, son," James said, as Harry's eyelids grew heavy. "Tomorrow, we begin in earnest. Will you be here when I wake up?" Harry asked sleepily. "We'll always be with you," Lily assured him. "Even when you can't see us, we'll be watching over you." Harry drifted off to sleep, his dreams filled not with cupboards and shouting and running from Dudley's gang, but with golden light and the faces of family who, even in death, had come to claim him as their own. Morning brought momentary confusion as Harry woke in an unfamiliar room, sunlight streaming through actual windows instead of the cracks in his cupboard door. Then memory returned, the explosive magic, the appearance of his ancestors, the first magical lesson. He sat up quickly, scanning the room for any sign of his family. The bedroom appeared empty, and Harry felt a stab of disappointment. Had it all been a dream? A desperate fantasy conjured by a lonely child on his forgotten birthday? "Good morning, Harry," came Lily's voice, though he couldn't see her. "Mom?" Harry turned in a circle, searching for the source of the voice. "We're here," James assured him, his voice seeming to come from thin air. "But as we explained, maintaining visible forms requires considerable magical energy. You'll need to conserve your strength for training." Relief washed over Harry. "So yesterday really happened? All of it?" "Indeed it did," confirmed the distinguished voice of Fleamont Potter. "And if I'm not mistaken, your aunt is approaching. Remember what we discussed about the new house rules." Moments later, a sharp knock sounded at the door. Harry took a deep breath, remembering the confidence his ancestors had tried to instill in him the night before, and called, "Come in." Aunt Petunia entered stiffly, her lips pressed into a tight line. Her eyes darted around the room nervously, as if expecting to see the gathering of spirits from the previous day. "Breakfast is ready," she said curtly. "You're expected to help with the dishes afterward." "Good morning, Aunt Petunia," Harry replied with deliberate politeness. "Thank you for letting me know. I'll be down in a minute." Petunia looked slightly taken aback by his composed response. She'd clearly expected either the cowering boy of yesterday or perhaps an imperious attitude given his newfound support. After a moment of uncertainty, she gave a curt nod and retreated. "Well handled," came Doria's approval. "Civility with dignity. The first rule of dealing with difficult people is to never lower yourself to their level." Harry smiled at the empty air where he imagined his great-grandmother stood. "I still can't believe this is happening." "Believe it," said Charles firmly. "Now, off you go to breakfast. Your magical training requires proper nourishment." Breakfast at the Dursleys had never been a pleasant affair for Harry, but this morning proved remarkably different. Uncle Vernon hid behind his newspaper, avoiding eye contact entirely. Dudley alternated between stuffing his face and staring at Harry with a mixture of fear and confusion. Aunt Petunia served Harry a portion nearly equal to Dudley's, a first in Harry's memory. "After your chores," Vernon said gruffly, still not looking directly at Harry, "you're to stay in your room. We don't want any incidents when Mrs. Number 7 comes over for tea this afternoon." "Yes, Uncle Vernon," Harry replied evenly, feeling the invisible presence of his ancestors around him like a protective shield. The rest of the meal passed in awkward silence. When it was over, Harry dutifully helped with the dishes as requested, then returned to his room where his real day would begin. "First lesson," announced Charles as soon as the bedroom door closed behind Harry. "Physical conditioning." "Physical?" Harry questioned. "I thought we were doing magic." "Magic flows through the body," Charles explained, becoming visible before Harry's eyes. "A weak vessel cannot channel strong magic. We'll start with basic exercises to build your strength and stamina." Thus began a training regimen that would have seemed unusual to any observer, a small boy following the instructions of invisible mentors, performing push-ups, sit-ups, and various stretches designed to strengthen his underdeveloped muscles. By mid-morning, Harry was panting and sweaty, but filled with a sense of purpose he'd never known before. "Enough for now," Fleamont declared. "Let's move on to magical theory. You need to understand the foundations before we proceed to practical applications." The rest of the day alternated between physical exercise, magical theory lessons from various ancestors, and practice sessions focusing on Harry's ability to sense and direct his internal magic. By evening, he was mentally and physically exhausted, but happier than he could ever remember being. As days turned into weeks, a routine emerged. Mornings began with physical training led primarily by Charles, who had apparently been something of a dueling champion in his day. After lunch came magical theory with Fleamont, Euphemia, and some of the older Potter ancestors, covering everything from the basic laws of magic to the history of wizard kind. "The Ministry of Magic will have you believe certain magics are dark and others light," Doria explained during one such lesson. "But magic itself is neutral, it's the intent behind it that matters. Though some magics do require harmful intent to function," Lily added quickly, with a pointed look at her husband's great-aunt. "Those are best avoided altogether." Afternoons were devoted to practical magic under James and Lily's guidance, focusing on controlling and directing Harry's growing abilities without a wand. Evenings often found him listening to family stories, learning about his heritage from those who had lived it. "Your grandfather and I met at Hogwarts," Euphemia told him one night, her spectral form seated at the foot of his bed. "I was a Ravenclaw, he was a Gryffindor. He tried to impress me by attempting a particularly difficult transfiguration spell that backfired spectacularly. Turned his own hair bright purple for a week. It worked though," Fleamont pointed out good-naturedly. "You agreed to go to Hogsmeade with me out of pity, and the rest is history." Harry drank in these stories eagerly. After years of believing himself alone in the world, the revelation that he came from a long line of remarkable people gave him a sense of belonging he'd desperately craved. The Dursleys, for their part, maintained an uneasy truce. They provided Harry with proper meals and clothing, though still Dudley's hand-me-downs, and refrained from their previous abuses, but they certainly hadn't warmed to him. Vernon still muttered about unnatural freakishness when he thought Harry couldn't hear, but never loud enough to provoke another incident like the one that had brought the Potter spirits. 2 months after what Harry had come to think of as the awakening, a letter arrived in the ordinary Muggle post. Addressed to Vernon and Petunia Dursley, it came from Harry's primary school and mentioned concerns about Harry's prolonged absence. "They think you've pulled me out of school," Harry told his ancestors after overhearing Vernon and Petunia discussing the letter. "This presents a complication," Fleamont mused. "While your magical education is proceeding admirably, you still require a Muggle education until you're old enough for Hogwarts." "What's Hogwarts?" Harry asked, though he'd heard the name mentioned in his family's stories. "The finest school of witchcraft and wizardry in Britain," James said proudly. "Where you'll go when you turn 11, just as generations of Potters have done before you." "That's still years away," Lily pointed out. "In the meantime, you need to continue your non-magical education. The Dursleys won't want to explain why I've suddenly returned to school after weeks away," Harry said. "Then perhaps it's time for another conversation," Doria suggested with a glint in her eye that reminded Harry why the Black family had such a formidable reputation. That evening, all the Potter ancestors materialized in the Dursleys' living room just as Vernon was settling in to watch the evening news. His startled yell brought Petunia running from the kitchen, dish towel still in hand. "We need to discuss Harry's education," James stated without preamble. What followed was less a discussion and more a set of directives. Harry would return to school. The Dursleys would explain his absence as a family emergency followed by a mild illness. They would ensure he had proper school supplies, appropriate clothing, and that Dudley and his friends left him alone. "And if we refuse?" Vernon dared to ask, though his quivering jowls betrayed his fear. "Then we become significantly less pleasant houseguests," Charles replied simply. By the following Monday, Harry was back at school, wearing new glasses, the Potters had insisted, and clothes that, while still second-hand, at least fit properly. The other children regarded him curiously, his mysterious absence combined with his improved appearance and the fact that Dudley's gang suddenly avoided him made Harry an object of interest. A mess. Collins, the teacher who had tried to advocate for him, welcomed him back warmly. "I was worried about you, Harry," she said during break time. "Your uncle said you'd been ill." "I'm much better now," Harry replied, thinking how true that statement was in ways Miss Collins couldn't possibly understand. "I'm glad to hear it. And I notice you have new glasses. They suit you much better." Harry smiled. "Thank you. Things at home are different now." Miss Collins studied him thoughtfully. "Well, whatever has changed, it seems to be for the better. You look healthier. Happier." "I am," Harry said simply. Balancing school and his secret magical training proved challenging but rewarding. During the day, Harry attended classes, cautiously making a few friends now that Dudley's intimidation had ceased. Evenings and weekends were devoted to his ancestors' lessons, which grew more advanced as Harry's abilities developed. By his 8th birthday, Harry could perform several wandless spells consistently, summoning small objects, creating light, and even minor levitation. His physical condition had improved dramatically under Charles's rigorous training, transforming him from a scrawny, malnourished child to a lean, energetic boy with surprising stamina for his age. More importantly, Harry had gained confidence. The knowledge that he was not alone, that he had a family who cared for him, even if they were no longer living, gave him an inner strength that changed how he carried himself, how he spoke, how he interacted with the world. On the eve of Halloween, when Harry was 8.5, James and Lily materialized in his room with unusually solemn expressions. "Tomorrow is a difficult day for us," Lily explained, sitting beside Harry on his bed. "It's the anniversary of our deaths." Harry nodded soberly. Over the past year, his parents had shared the full story of that terrible night, how Voldemort had come to their home in Godric's Hollow, how James had tried to hold him off while Lily took Harry upstairs, how she had stood between the Dark Wizard and her son, refusing to step aside. "We think it's time you learned more about why Voldemort targeted us," James said. "About the prophecy that led to that night." "I'm ready," Harry said, sitting up straighter. Lily exchanged a glance with James before continuing. "The prophecy spoke of a child born as the 7th month dies, to parents who had defied Voldemort 3 times. It said this child would have the power to vanquish the Dark Lord. That's why he came after us? Because of a prophecy about me?" "Yes and no," James said. "The prophecy could have referred to one other boy, Neville Longbottom, born the day before you to parents who had also defied Voldemort 3 times. But for reasons we still don't fully understand, Voldemort chose to target you first. And when he tried to kill me, something extraordinary happened," Lily finished. "The killing curse, a spell that no one had ever survived, rebounded upon him. That's how you got your scar, and that's why you're known in the wizarding world as the boy who lived." Harry's hand went instinctively to the lightning-shaped mark on his forehead. "Known? You mean people in the wizarding world know who I am?" "You're famous, Harry," James said with a mix of pride and concern. "To many, you're a hero, the infant who somehow defeated the darkest wizard of our time. But we don't believe he's truly gone," added Charles, materializing beside them. "Which is why your training is so vital." "The prophecy said I have the power to defeat him," Harry said slowly. "Do you know what that power is?" The Potter ancestors exchanged looks again, a silent communication passing between them. "The exact wording," Lily said carefully, "was that you would have power the Dark Lord knows not. We've speculated about what that might mean, but we can't be certain. Some believe it refers to love," Fleamont offered, appearing with Euphemia. "The protection your mother gave you through her sacrifice was born of the deepest love, something Voldemort has never understood or valued." Others think it might be some innate magical ability, Doria countered, perhaps something not yet manifested. Regardless, James said firmly, our job is to prepare you for whatever may come. To give you every advantage possible. That night, unable to sleep, Harry stood at his bedroom window gazing at the stars. His ancestors had withdrawn to give him time to process everything they'd shared, though he knew they remained close by. Mom? Dad? He whispered after a while. They appeared instantly, their forms glowing softly in the darkened room. Yes, Harry? Lily asked. I'm scared, he admitted. What if I'm not strong enough? What if, when the time comes, I can't do what I need to do? James moved to stand beside him at the window. Fear is natural, Harry. Even the bravest person feels fear. Courage isn't the absence of fear, it's action in spite of fear. And you won't face this alone, Lily added, her ghostly hand hovering near his shoulder in an approximation of a comforting touch. We'll be with you. Always. Harry nodded, drawing strength from their presence. Then we keep training. We get ready. That's my boy, James said proudly. The following days brought increased intensity to Harry's magical education. Now that he understood more fully what might lie ahead, he approached his training with renewed determination. Each Potter ancestor contributed their specialty, from Fleamont's expertise in potions, though practical brewing would have to wait until Harry had proper equipment, to Hardwin's knowledge of ancient protective enchantments. Charles focused on combat techniques, teaching Harry the foundations of dueling even without a wand. Position and movement are just as important as spell selection, he instructed, correcting Harry's stance. A stationary duelist is a dead duelist. Doria, meanwhile, shared magical knowledge that made some of the other ancestors uncomfortable. The Black family library contained texts on magic most consider questionable, she explained. I'm not teaching you dark magic, Harry, but you must understand it to defend against it. Lily specialized in charms and protective magic, while James excelled at transfiguration. Between them all, Harry received an education more comprehensive than most adult wizards could claim. As his 9th birthday approached, Harry's wandless abilities had progressed remarkably. He could now summon objects from across the room, create shields strong enough to deflect small projectiles, and even perform minor transfigurations, turning matchsticks into needles and back again. We need to address the issue of your heritage beyond magic, Fleamont said one evening during a lesson on wizarding culture. As the last Potter, you'll eventually inherit considerable responsibility. What kind of responsibility? Harry asked. Financial, for one, Euphemia explained. The Potter family has significant wealth accumulated over generations. There's a vault waiting for you at Gringotts, the Wizarding Bank. And political, added Ralston. The Potter seat on the Wisengamot, our governing body, remains empty until you come of age. But most importantly, Fleamont continued, there's the matter of the family grimoire and artifacts. Grimoire? A book of family magic, James explained. Spells, potions, magical discoveries passed down through generations of Potters. It's hidden at Potter Manor, along with other family heirlooms. I have a manor? Harry asked, eyes widening. James chuckled. Several properties, actually. Potter Manor in Wales is the ancestral home, but there's also the cottage in Godric's Hollow, though it was partially destroyed the night, well, you know. Why haven't I been to any of these places? Why was I left with the Dursleys if I had all these properties? The question brought a tense silence among the Potter spirits. That, Lily said carefully, is something we've been trying to understand ourselves. According to magical law and our will, you should have gone to Sirius Black, your godfather. Failing that, there were other arrangements made. Albus Dumbledore, Doria said, her voice uncharacteristically hard, took it upon himself to place you with Petunia. He claimed there were blood wards, protective magic tied to your mother's sacrifice that would keep you safe as long as you lived with her sister. And are there? These blood wards? Yes, Lily admitted. I can sense them. They're real and they are powerful. But they shouldn't have precluded visits to your properties or proper knowledge of your heritage. So this Dumbledore person, he's the one who left me here? Who let the Dursleys treat me like they did? Dumbledore is the headmaster at Hogwarts, James explained. A powerful wizard respected by many, including us during our lifetime. But his decisions regarding you. James trailed off, clearly conflicted. We believe he acted with good intentions, Lily said diplomatically. Protection from Voldemort's followers was paramount. But good intentions don't excuse negligence. You'll meet him when you go to Hogwarts, Fleamont added. And by then, you'll be far better prepared than he could possibly anticipate. As Harry absorbed this information, a new determination settled in him. He had spent years being treated as worthless by the Dursleys, believing he had no one in the world who cared for him. Now he knew differently. He had a heritage, a legacy, a purpose, and family who had defied death itself to prepare him. I want to see Potter Manor, he declared. Before I go to Hogwarts, I want to see my family home. It would be difficult but not impossible, Hardwin mused. The blood wards require you to call Privet Drive home, but brief excursions shouldn't compromise them. The main challenge would be transportation, James said. You're too young to apparate, even with instruction, and we can't physically take you ourselves. What about the night bus, suggested Euphemia. He'd need to get to a wizarding location first, but once there. It's worth considering, Fleamont agreed. Perhaps next summer, when you're 9.5. That would give us time to prepare you and make arrangements. Harry nodded, content with this compromise. The promise of seeing his true home, of connecting physically with his heritage, gave him something concrete to work toward beyond the abstract goal of being ready for a confrontation that might be years away. The months that followed brought steady progress in Harry's training. His physical regimen expanded to include basic martial arts under Charles's direction. A wizard who can only fight with magic is at a disadvantage if disarmed, he explained. His magical control grew more refined, allowing for greater precision in his wandless casting. School continued to be a balancing act. Harry maintained good grades without drawing too much attention to himself, a strategy his ancestors advised. Your true education is happening at home, Doria pointed out. But appearing ordinary to the Muggle world has advantages. By spring, Harry had developed an interest in languages after learning that many older spells were Latin-based. With typical Potter determination, he convinced the school librarian to help him find beginner Latin books, which he studied diligently between his other lessons. Understanding the linguistic roots of spells can give you insight into creating your own someday, approved Ralston, who had apparently pioneered several spells during his lifetime. Summer brought freedom from school and more intensive training. The Dursleys had settled into a pattern of distant tolerance, providing for Harry's basic needs while otherwise pretending he didn't exist, an arrangement that suited everyone involved. Dudley still occasionally looked like he wanted to resume his bullying ways, but a few subtle demonstrations of Harry's growing abilities, a pencil floating mysteriously past Dudley's head when no one else was looking, kept him at bay. As Harry's 9th birthday approached, the Potter ancestors began discussing his promised visit to Potter Manor more seriously. The night bus remains our best option, Fleamont concluded after much debate. But Harry will need to reach a wizarding location first to summon it. Diagon Alley is the closest, James suggested. If we could get him to London. I could take a regular bus, Harry offered. I've been saving the pocket money Aunt Petunia gives me. This was another change his ancestors had insisted upon, a small weekly allowance like Dudley received. It's risky, Lily worried. You're still very young to be traveling alone in London. I won't be alone, Harry pointed out. You'll all be with me. After much discussion, a plan took shape. On the weekend after Harry's 9th birthday, he would tell the Dursleys he was spending the day at the local library, a believable excuse given his studious habits. Instead, he would take the bus to London, find the leaky cauldron with his ancestors' guidance, and from there make his way to Potter Manor. The day arrived with clear skies and mild temperatures, perfect for Harry's first real adventure in the wizarding world. He dressed in his best hand-me-downs, packed a small backpack with essentials, and set off with the invisible presence of his family surrounding him. The journey to London passed without incident. Harry found himself enjoying the independence, small as it was, while his ancestors provided a running commentary only he could hear. "The Muggle world has changed considerably since my day," observed Hardwin as they passed modern office buildings. "Though I suppose that's to be expected after 3 centuries. Finding the leaky cauldron proved more challenging than anticipated. "It's enchanted to be overlooked by Muggles," James explained as they walked along Charing Cross Road. "Look for a small, shabby pub between that bookshop and the record store." Harry squinted, seeing at first only the 2 shops James had mentioned, apparently adjacent to each other. Then, as if a veil lifted from his eyes, he spotted it, a tiny, grubby-looking pub squeezed between the larger establishments. "I see it," he whispered excitedly. "Remember, keep your head down," Lily cautioned. "You're too recognizable with that scar. We don't want to create a scene." Heart pounding with anticipation, Harry pushed open the door to the leaky cauldron, his first step into the world where he truly belonged. The interior was dark and somewhat shabby, filled with an assortment of people in robes of various colors. Harry kept his eyes downcast as instructed, making his way toward the back with purpose, as if he knew exactly where he was going. "Bit young to be here alone, aren't you?" called the barkeeper, a bald man with a friendly but curious expression. "My aunt is meeting me in Diagon Alley," Harry replied with the prepared story. "I'm just passing through." The barkeeper seemed about to say something else when a customer called for another drink, distracting him. Harry seized the opportunity to slip through the back door into a small, walled courtyard. "3 up, 2 across," James instructed. "Tap the brick with your finger and focus your magic like we practiced." Harry found the brick, placed his finger against it, and concentrated. For a moment, nothing happened, and he feared his wandless magic might not be strong enough for this particular enchantment. Then, to his relief, the brick quivered and a small hole appeared, growing wider until it formed an archway large enough for even an adult to pass through. "Welcome to Diagon Alley, son," James said proudly. Harry stepped through into a world of wonder. The narrow, cobbled street twisted and turned out of sight, lined with the most fascinating shops Harry had ever seen. Cauldrons stacked outside one establishment, a window full of owls at another, strange astronomical instruments, barrels of bat spleens and eel eyes. "It's amazing," Harry breathed, trying to take everything in at once. "Keep moving," Doria reminded him. "We need to reach the night bus stop point near Gringotts." Harry reluctantly tore his gaze from the fascinating displays and continued down the alley, his ancestors guiding him toward the imposing white building that dominated the far end of the street. "That's Gringotts," Fleamont explained. "The Wizarding Bank, run by goblins. Your trust vault is in there, though we won't be visiting it today." Reaching a quiet side street near the bank, Charles instructed Harry on summoning the night bus. "Extend your wand hand, your right hand, over the curb and focus your intent." Harry did as instructed, concentrating hard on his need for transportation. With a tremendous bang, a violently purple triple-decker bus appeared out of nowhere, screeching to a halt in front of him. "Welcome to the night bus," announced a pimply-faced young conductor in a purple uniform. "Emergency transport for the stranded witch or wizard. Just stick out your wand hand, step on board, and we can take you anywhere you want to go. My name is Stan Shunpike, and I will be your conductor this morn," he broke off, looking down at Harry with surprise. "Blimey, you're just a kid. Where are your parents?" "I'm meeting my uncle," Harry replied, sticking to their prepared story. "At Potter Manor in Wales. He's expecting me." "Potter Manor, eh?" Stan eyed him suspiciously. "That's one of them old family estates. 11 sickles for the fare, but for 13 you get hot chocolate, and for 15 you get a hot water bottle and a toothbrush in the color of your choice. Harry hesitated, realizing he didn't have wizarding currency. I only have Muggle money, he admitted. Stan scratched his head. Well, that's a problem, innit? We don't take Muggle money on the night bus. Perhaps I can help, came a new voice. A tall, thin wizard with a long silver beard approached from further down Diagon Alley. It seems this young man is in need of assistance. Harry's ancestors reacted immediately. Dumbledore, James hissed. What's he doing here? Hello, Harry, the old wizard said kindly, his blue eyes twinkling behind half-moon spectacles. I thought I might find you here today. Harry stared, speechless. How did this man know who he was? How had he known Harry would be in Diagon Alley? Professor Albus Dumbledore, the wizard introduced himself to the confused conductor, handing over some silver coins. This will cover the young man's fare. And perhaps a hot chocolate as well, he looks like he could use it. Stan accepted the money with a nod. Right you are, Professor. All aboard then. Harry hesitated, looking at the empty air where he knew his parents stood. Should I go with him? He whispered. We don't have much choice, Lily replied, concern evident in her voice. But be careful what you reveal. Harry boarded the night bus, followed by Dumbledore. They found seats toward the back, away from the few other passengers. I imagine you have questions, Harry, Dumbledore said once they were settled and the bus had lurched back into motion with another bang. How do you know who I am? Harry asked, deciding directness was his best approach. And how did you know I'd be here? Dumbledore smiled gently. As to the first question, while you resemble your father remarkably, it is your mother's eyes that give you away to those who knew her. As for how I knew you'd be here. He paused thoughtfully. Let's just say that certain magical protections alert me when you venture far from your aunt and uncle's home. The blood wards, Harry said before he could stop himself. Dumbledore's eyebrows rose slightly. Indeed. You know about those, do you? I wonder what else you know. Harry remained silent, unsure how much to reveal. His ancestors had made it clear that while Dumbledore wasn't an enemy, his decisions had not always been in Harry's best interest. I know I'm a wizard, Harry said finally. I know about my parents, and Voldemort, and why I have this scar. I see, Dumbledore said quietly. And may I ask how you came by this information? Your aunt and uncle were quite clear about their intention to keep such things from you. I've been learning things, Harry replied carefully. Clearly, Dumbledore agreed, studying him over his half-moon spectacles. More than I would have expected. Your magic has been quite active lately, remarkably controlled for one so young and without formal training. Harry said nothing, feeling the invisible presence of his ancestors urging caution. You were headed to Potter Manor, Dumbledore continued when Harry didn't elaborate. How did you learn of its existence? It's my family home, isn't it? Shouldn't I know about it? Indeed it is, though it has stood empty since your grandparents passed away. I'm curious what you hope to find there. My heritage, Harry said simply. Something of my family. Dumbledore's expression softened. I understand that desire, Harry. Truly, I do. But I must ask you to reconsider this particular excursion. Potter Manor has been sealed since your parents' deaths. The protective enchantments may not recognize you without proper preparation. But I'm the last Potter, Harry protested. Shouldn't the wards accept me automatically? In theory, yes, Dumbledore acknowledged, again looking somewhat surprised at Harry's knowledge. But old family magic can be complex. Without someone to properly key you into the wards, you might find yourself unable to enter, or worse, injured by defensive measures. He's not entirely wrong, Fleamont's voice came reluctantly from beside Harry. While the manor should recognize your blood, a proper introduction to the family wards would be safer. When you're older, perhaps when you've received your Hogwarts letter, I would be happy to escort you to Potter Manor properly, Dumbledore offered. For now, though, I believe it would be best if you returned to your aunt and uncle's home. Harry felt crushing disappointment, but also recognized the logic in what both Dumbledore and his grandfather were saying. Fine, he said with a sigh. But I want your promise that I'll get to see it before I start at Hogwarts. You have my word, Dumbledore said solemnly. Now, shall we enjoy our hot chocolate before asking the night bus to take us back to Surrey? As they sipped the sweet, warming beverage, Dumbledore regarded Harry thoughtfully. You know, Harry, you remind me very much of your father at this moment, that determined set to your jaw, the way you've managed to find your way to Diagon Alley all on your own. James was always resourceful. But you have your mother's eyes, of course, and I suspect her talent as well. You knew them well? Harry asked, genuinely curious despite his wariness. I did, Dumbledore confirmed. I was their headmaster at Hogwarts, and later we worked together against Voldemort. They were exceptional people, Harry. Brave, talented, and kind. I know, Harry said softly. They still are. Dumbledore gave him a curious look but didn't press the point. Instead, he changed the subject to Hogwarts, describing the castle and its grounds with evident affection. By the time they reached Surrey, Harry's disappointment had eased somewhat, replaced by anticipation for the day he would finally see the famous wizarding school. The night bus deposited them at the end of Privet Drive. I trust you can find your way from here, Dumbledore said with a twinkle in his eye. And Harry? While I admire your initiative, please do consider informing your aunt and uncle before undertaking such adventures in the future. They must have been quite worried. Harry doubted that very much but nodded politely. Thank you for the hot chocolate, Professor. You're quite welcome. Until we meet again, Harry. With that, Dumbledore turned on the spot and vanished with a soft pop, leaving Harry alone with his invisible ancestors. Well, James said as they walked toward number 4, that was unexpected. He's watching you more closely than we realized, Lily added worriedly. We'll need to be more careful. Did you notice how he kept testing Harry's knowledge? Doria observed. He's trying to figure out where Harry's getting his information. The important thing, Charles said firmly, is that he doesn't suspect our presence. As long as he believes Harry is simply precocious or perhaps finding books on magic, we maintain the advantage. Harry trudged up the path to the Dursleys' front door, disappointed about missing Potter Manor but determined not to let it derail his progress. We'll try again, he told his family quietly. Next time, we'll be better prepared. That's the spirit, Fleamont approved. A true Potter never gives up. As Harry entered the house, greeted by Aunt Petunia's suspicious glare but no questions about his whereabouts, the Dursleys had learned it was easier not to inquire too deeply about Harry's activities. He reflected on the day's events. He might not have reached Potter Manor, but he'd seen Diagon Alley, his first real taste of the wizarding world. And he'd met Albus Dumbledore, the man who had shaped his life in so many ways. Most importantly, he'd learned valuable lessons about preparation and discretion. Next time, he would be ready. That night, as Harry lay in bed surrounded by the comforting presence of his ancestors, James spoke into the darkness. You did well today, son. Your mother and I are proud of you. Even though I didn't make it to the manor. Sometimes knowing when to retreat is as important as knowing when to advance, Charles commented. You'll get there, in time. And meanwhile, Lily added, we continue your training. Today showed us where we need to focus next, practical knowledge of the wizarding world, wizard currency, transportation options. And perhaps, Doria suggested thoughtfully, some instruction in occlumency. If Dumbledore is taking such an interest, it would be wise to protect your mind. What's occlumency? Harry asked, stifling a yawn. The art of shielding your thoughts and memories from magical intrusion, she explained. Some wizards, Dumbledore among them, can read minds under certain conditions. Learning to prevent that would be prudent. More training, Harry murmured sleepily. Always more training. Rest now, Fleamont said gently. Tomorrow is another day, another step forward. As Harry drifted toward sleep, he felt more determined than ever. The path ahead might be longer and more complex than he'd initially imagined, but he wasn't walking it alone. With the accumulated knowledge and guidance of generations of Potters, he would be ready for whatever challenges awaited him, be they Hogwarts, Voldemort, or even well-meaning but meddlesome headmasters. "Good night, everyone," he whispered to his invisible guardians. "Thank you for finding me." "We'll always find you, Harry," came Lily's soft reply. "No matter what." Outside the window, stars glittered in the summer sky over Privet Drive, where a boy who had once been lonely beyond bearing now slept surrounded by family, his dreams filled not with cupboards and cruelty, but with a manor house waiting to welcome him home. Chapter 2, Legacy of Light and Shadow. The seasons turned, and with them, Harry Potter grew. His 10th birthday arrived with little fanfare from the Dursleys, but his spectral family more than made up for it. They couldn't offer physical gifts, but they gave him something far more valuable: stories. That night, gathered in his bedroom, each ancestor shared a memory of their own 10th birthday, creating a tapestry of Potter history that spanned centuries. "I received my first training broom," James recalled, his eyes distant with nostalgia. "Not a toy like the ones for smaller children, a proper junior racing broom. I broke my arm within the hour, trying to perform a sloth grip roll I'd seen at a Puddlemere United match." "Your grandmother nearly hexed your grandfather for that gift," Lily added with a laugh. Fleamont nodded ruefully. "Euphemia had specifically told me to wait until you were 12. I slept in my potions laboratory for a week after that incident." "Worth it, though," James grinned. "Best birthday ever." Harry soaked up these stories like parched earth in rain, each one filling gaps in his sense of identity that the Dursleys had tried to leave barren. He learned that Hardwin Potter had received a hand-carved chess set that still resided at Potter Manor, that Charles had been gifted his first dueling wand, that Doria's parents had presented her with a set of enchanted hair combs that sang softly when worn. "We'll make sure you have proper gifts next year," Lily promised. "Once you have access to your vault at Gringotts." "These stories are the best gift," Harry said honestly. "I never knew any of this before. It's like finding pieces of myself I didn't know were missing." Lily's eyes shimmered with ghostly tears. "Oh, Harry." The moment was interrupted by a sharp knock at the door. Harry quickly arranged his expression into something neutral as Aunt Petunia entered without waiting for permission. "There's cake downstairs," she said stiffly. "If you want some." Harry blinked in surprise. The Dursleys had never acknowledged his birthday before. "Thank you, Aunt Petunia." She nodded curtly and retreated, leaving Harry to exchange bewildered looks with his ancestors. "That's new," James commented. "Perhaps they're evolving," Lily suggested, though she didn't sound convinced. Downstairs, Harry found a small store-bought cake on the kitchen table. Uncle Vernon was conspicuously absent, and Dudley eyed the cake with naked resentment, clearly unhappy about sharing any dessert with his cousin. Aunt Petunia cut a modest slice for Harry without comment. "Thank you," Harry said again, genuinely puzzled by this unexpected gesture. Petunia's lips thinned. "I remembered it was your birthday," she said, not quite meeting his eyes. "That's all." Harry ate his cake in silence, aware of his mother hovering invisibly nearby. When he finished, he thanked his aunt once more and returned to his room. "That was bizarre," he told his gathered ancestors. "She's never remembered my birthday before." "She's afraid," Doria observed shrewdly. "After our little demonstration last year, she's trying to ensure you have no reason to summon us in full form again." "Or perhaps," Lily said more gently, "seeing you grow and change has reminded her of something she once knew, that you're a child, not a burden." Harry wasn't sure which explanation he believed, but the cake had been a welcome surprise regardless. The remainder of summer passed in a blur of increasingly advanced training. Now that Harry had basic control of his magic, his ancestors focused on more specialized skills. Doria began teaching him the fundamentals of occlumency, the mental art of protecting one's mind from intrusion. The Black family has always excelled at mind magic, she explained. Both offensive and defensive. Is it difficult? Harry asked, sitting cross-legged on his bed as instructed. Extremely, she replied. Most adult wizards never master it. But you have advantages, your young mind is adaptable, and you've already shown remarkable control of your magic for your age. The initial exercises were deceptively simple, breathing techniques, meditation, visualizing barriers around his thoughts. Harry found it frustratingly abstract compared to the more tangible magic he'd been learning. I don't feel like I'm doing anything, he complained after a week of daily practice. Mind magic rarely feels dramatic, Doria said patiently. But it's working. Already your surface thoughts are becoming more ordered, less accessible. From Charles, Harry continued to learn combat techniques, not just magical dueling but physical movement and strategic thinking. A wizard who stands still is a dead wizard, became his constant refrain as he drilled Harry on footwork patterns. I haven't even got a wand yet, Harry pointed out during one particularly grueling session. All the more reason to perfect your movement now, Charles insisted. When you do get a wand, you won't have to divide your attention between spellcasting and positioning. Fleamont and Euphemia alternated teaching magical theory and wizarding culture. Harry learned about the Ministry of Magic, the International Statute of Secrecy, the structure of magical government, and the complex social hierarchy of wizarding Britain. The Potters have always occupied an interesting position, Fleamont explained. We're considered old blood rather than truly ancient like the Blacks or Malfoys, but our wealth and political influence have made us peers with the oldest families. Though we've never subscribed to the pure blood mania that infects some of those lines, Euphemia added firmly. Pure blood mania? Harry asked. His ancestors exchanged glances. Some wizarding families, James explained carefully, believe that magical ability is tied to blood purity, that those descended from only magical ancestors are somehow superior. It's utter rubbish, of course, Lily said. I was Muggle-born, both my parents were non-magical, and I outperformed most of my pure-blood classmates. This prejudice was at the core of Voldemort's ideology, Doria added. Which makes it particularly ironic that many of his most fervent followers were from the sacred pure-blood families, while he himself was half-blood, like you. Voldemort was half-blood? Harry asked, surprised. His father was a Muggle, James confirmed. Though that wasn't widely known during his rise to power. He cultivated an image of pure-blood supremacy despite not fitting the criterion himself. Harry absorbed this information thoughtfully. So when I go to Hogwarts, I might face prejudice because my mother was Muggle-born? From some quarters, yes, Lily said sadly. The Slytherin house in particular has a reputation for blood purism, though not all who are sorted there share those views. Then I'll just have to prove them wrong, Harry said with determination. Like you did, Mom. Lily beamed with pride. Exactly like that. As autumn arrived and school resumed, Harry found himself increasingly distracted. His mind was filled with thoughts of the wizarding world, making it difficult to focus on Muggle subjects that seemed trivial by comparison. Why bother with multiplication tables when he was learning arithmetic principles that underpinned spell creation? What relevance did English grammar have when he was studying runic languages that could literally bend reality? Your Muggle education remains important, Lily reminded him after he brought home a disappointing report card. Not everything can be solved with magic, Harry. Besides, James added, maintaining your cover as an ordinary Muggle boy requires at least passing grades. Drawing attention through academic failure would be unwise. Harry grudgingly improved his efforts, though his heart wasn't in it. The only Muggle subject that truly engaged him was physical education, which complemented Charles's combat training nicely. Harry's previously underdeveloped body had transformed over the past year into a wiry, agile form with surprising stamina for a 10-year-old. This physical change didn't go unnoticed at school. His PE teacher, Mr. Bennet, pulled him aside after class one day. "You've made remarkable progress, Potter," he said, studying Harry with approval. "Thinking of joining any sports teams?" Harry shook his head. "I don't think so, sir. I just exercise on my own." "Shame. You've got natural ability. Particularly good reflexes." He eyed Harry's build speculatively. "Ever considered martial arts? My brother runs a dojo not far from here." "I'll think about it," Harry replied noncommittally, though the idea intrigued him. Charles had taught him theoretical combative movements, but practical application with a real instructor might be valuable. When he mentioned the conversation to his ancestors that evening, Charles was enthusiastically supportive. "Excellent idea. Formal martial arts training would complement what I've been teaching you. It would also give you a plausible explanation for your physical abilities," Doria pointed out pragmatically. "Should anyone at Hogwarts question your unusual coordination or reflexes?" The only obstacle was the Dursleys, who predictably balked at the idea of spending money on any extracurricular activities for Harry. This required another family meeting, where the Potter ancestors made it abundantly clear that supporting Harry's physical education was in everyone's best interest. "Think how much less time he'll spend in the house," James suggested slyly to Vernon. 3 evenings a week, completely out of your hair." Vernon's mustache twitched as he considered this benefit. "Who's paying for these lessons, then?" "You are," Charles said with dangerous calm. "Consider it an investment in a quieter household." And so, as winter descended on Surrey, Harry began training at Bennett's School of Traditional Karate 3 evenings a week. Sensei Bennet, a stocky man with calloused hands and a surprisingly gentle teaching manner, took an immediate interest in Harry. "You move like you've had training before," he observed during Harry's first private lesson. "Just what I've read in books," Harry lied smoothly, using the cover story his ancestors had prepared. Bennet nodded, seeming to accept this explanation. "You have natural talent. With discipline and regular practice, you could excel." Harry threw himself into the training with characteristic Potter determination. The physical techniques weren't entirely new thanks to Charles's instruction, but learning them properly under a qualified teacher brought a precision that had been missing. More importantly, the discipline of formal martial arts training complemented his magical studies perfectly, teaching him focus and control that benefited both areas. By spring, Harry had advanced through several belt ranks, his natural ability augmented by diligent practice and the secret advantage of Charles's ghostly coaching at home. Sensei Bennet began mentioning the possibility of competitions, which Harry politely declined, citing shyness and a dislike of public performance. "Not all martial artists need to compete," Bennet acknowledged. "The true purpose is self-improvement and self-defense, not trophies." Harry appreciated this understanding, as competing would have brought a level of attention he preferred to avoid. The last thing he needed was for remarkable achievements to reach Dumbledore's ears before he even arrived at Hogwarts. The approach of Harry's 11th birthday brought a palpable sense of anticipation to his ancestral mentors. Their lessons took on a new urgency, focusing increasingly on what Harry would need to know for Hogwarts. "Your Hogwarts letter will arrive soon," Fleamont reminded him. "Once it does, we'll need to arrange another visit to Diagon Alley, properly this time, with access to your vault at Gringotts." "Will Dumbledore try to interfere again?" Harry asked. The headmaster's unexpected appearance during his attempted visit to Potter Manor still rankled. "Possibly," James acknowledged. "But this time, your presence in the wizarding world will be legitimate and expected. He'll have less reason to object." As July progressed, Harry found himself checking the mail each morning with growing eagerness. His ancestors had explained that Hogwarts letters typically arrived in mid to late July for students starting in September. Patience, Lily counseled as Harry expressed frustration when no letter had arrived by the 20th. Hogwarts has its own schedule. On the morning of July 24th, Harry collected the mail as usual and felt his heart leap when he spotted an envelope of yellowish parchment addressed in emerald green ink, Mr. H. Potter, the smallest bedroom, 4 Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey. It's here, he whispered excitedly, quickly tucking the letter inside his shirt before returning to the kitchen. He handed Uncle Vernon the rest of the mail and slipped upstairs to open his treasured envelope in private. His ancestors materialized around him as he carefully broke the purple wax seal bearing the Hogwarts crest, a lion, eagle, badger, and snake surrounding a large letter H. "Go on," James encouraged, looking as excited as Harry felt. With trembling fingers, Harry unfolded the parchment and read, "Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore, Order of Merlin, First Class, Grand Source, CHF, Warlock, Supreme Mugwump, International Confide, of Wizards, Dear Mr. Potter, we are pleased to inform you that you have a place at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Please find enclosed a list of all necessary books and equipment. Term begins on September 1st. We await your owl by no later than July 31st. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress." "I'm really going," Harry whispered, a wide smile spreading across his face. "It's official. We need to send a response," Fleamont reminded him. "And we don't have an owl. Could we use the night bus to get to Diagon Alley again?" Harry suggested. "I could send an owl from there." "That's one option," James said. "But I suspect," he was interrupted by a firm knock on the front door downstairs. The Potters exchanged knowing looks. "Right on cue," Lily murmured. Harry hurried downstairs just as Aunt Petunia opened the door to reveal a severe-looking woman in an emerald green cloak, her black hair pulled back in a tight bun. Despite her attempt to dress in Muggle fashion, a dark skirt and blazer beneath the cloak, there was something unmistakably magical about her presence. "Good morning," she said crisply. "I am Professor Minerva McGonagall from Hogwarts School. I believe Harry Potter resides at this address?" Aunt Petunia's face paled. "You're one of them," she hissed, glancing nervously at the neighbors' houses. "Come inside before someone sees you." Professor McGonagall stepped into the hallway with dignity, her gaze immediately finding Harry on the stairs. Something in her stern expression softened momentarily. "Mr. Potter," she said. "I see you've received your letter." Harry nodded, holding up the parchment still clutched in his hand. "Yes, Professor. I was just reading it." "Good. I've come to discuss your attendance at Hogwarts and to escort you to purchase your school supplies, if convenient." Before Harry could respond, Uncle Vernon emerged from the kitchen, his face already purpling at the sight of the witch in his hallway. "Now see here," he began blustering. "We never agreed to any of this nonsense, Mr. Dursley," Professor McGonagall interrupted, fixing him with a stare that could have frozen boiling water. "Harry's place at Hogwarts has been secured since birth. This is merely a formality to ensure he has the information and materials he needs." "I'm not paying for some crackpot school of magic tricks," Vernon insisted, though with noticeably less vigor under McGonagall's withering gaze. "That won't be necessary," she replied coolly. "Harry's education has been provided for." This caught Vernon's attention. His eyes narrowed with sudden interest. "Provided for? By whom?" "By his parents, of course," McGonagall said. "James and Lily Potter left provisions for their son's education. Now, if we might sit down to discuss the practical arrangements." The next hour passed in uncomfortable conversation in the Dursleys' living room. McGonagall explained the basic structure of Hogwarts education while the Dursleys alternated between hostile silence and reluctant questions about logistics. Harry, meanwhile, listened with feigned curiosity, careful not to reveal how much he already knew. "The school term begins September 1st, McGonagall concluded. Students travel via the Hogwarts Express from King's Cross Station, platform 9 3/4. Platform what? Vernon scoffed. There's no such platform. It is concealed from Muggle view, naturally, McGonagall replied with thinning patience. Harry will be shown how to access it. And when would we be getting his supplies? Petunia asked, saying the word as if it tasted foul. Today, if convenient, McGonagall said. I've set aside time to escort Harry to Diagon Alley. Harry felt a surge of excitement. This was his chance to properly explore the wizarding shopping district and finally access his vault at Gringotts. That would be great, he said eagerly. I'm ready whenever you are, Professor. McGonagall gave him a rare smile. Very good, Mr. Potter. Shall we depart, then? After minimal further discussion, Harry found himself following Professor McGonagall out of Privet Drive toward the nearby park. His ancestors accompanied them invisibly, commenting quietly among themselves. Minerva hasn't changed a bit, James observed fondly. Still has that look that makes you feel like you've forgotten to do your homework. She was an excellent teacher, Lily added. Strict but fair. Where are we going, Professor? Harry asked once they were safely away from the house. To a secluded spot where we can travel by apparition, she explained. A form of magical transportation that allows us to disappear from one location and reappear instantly in another. Like teleportation? Harry suggested, then worried he'd revealed too much knowledge. McGonagall merely nodded. A Muggle term, but essentially accurate. It can be uncomfortable for those unused to it, I'm afraid. They reached a dense copse of trees in the park, completely hidden from outside view. McGonagall turned to face Harry. This will be sufficient. Please take hold of my arm, Mr. Potter, and grip tightly. Whatever you do, don't let go. Harry grasped her offered arm as instructed. McGonagall turned on the spot, and suddenly Harry felt as if he were being forced through a very tight rubber tube. Every part of him was compressed, making breathing impossible. Just when he thought he might suffocate, the pressure vanished. Harry gasped for air, finding himself in a small courtyard behind what he recognized as the leaky cauldron. Are you all right, Mr. Potter? McGonagall asked, studying his reaction. I'm fine, Harry managed, straightening his glasses which had been knocked askew. That was intense. Most find their first apparition experience rather unpleasant, she acknowledged. It becomes easier with familiarity. Now, we need to access Diagon Alley. She approached the brick wall, drew her wand, and tapped the pattern Harry remembered from his previous visit. The bricks rearranged themselves, opening the archway to the magical shopping district beyond. Welcome to Diagon Alley, McGonagall said, gesturing for Harry to precede her. Harry stepped through, once again marveling at the colorful, bustling street with its extraordinary shops and fascinating window displays. This time, however, he didn't need to hide his identity or rush through. Our first stop will be Gringotts, McGonagall said, steering him toward the imposing white building at the far end of the street. You'll need to access your vault for spending money. As they approached the Wizarding Bank, Harry spotted the warning engraved on the silver doors, "Enter, stranger, but take heed of what awaits the sin of greed for those who take, but do not earn, must pay most dearly in their turn." Gringotts is run by goblins, McGonagall explained as they passed uniformed goblin guards at the entrance. They are extremely clever financial managers but can be difficult. It's best to be polite but direct with them. Inside, the vast marble hall was lined with counters where goblins weighed precious stones, examined coins through eyeglasses, and recorded figures in large ledgers. McGonagall led Harry to a free counter. Mr. Harry Potter wishes to access his vault, she informed the goblin clerk. The goblin peered down at Harry with calculating eyes. And does Mr. Potter have his key? I have it here, McGonagall said, producing a tiny golden key from her cloak pocket. Harry frowned slightly, wondering why McGonagall had his vault key rather than it being given directly to him. He heard his father's ghostly mutter, "We'll need to address that." The goblin examined the key carefully. This appears to be in order. However, as this is Mr. Potter's first visit since his inheritance of the vault, we require additional verification. What kind of verification? Harry asked. A simple blood test to confirm your identity, the goblin explained. Standard procedure for hereditary vaults, especially after extended absence. McGonagall nodded. That's quite normal, Mr. Potter. Nothing to worry about. The goblin produced a small silver device resembling a shallow bowl with intricate runes carved around its rim. 3 drops of blood will suffice. Harry hesitated only briefly before extending his hand. The goblin pricked his finger with a small ceremonial dagger, allowing 3 drops of blood to fall into the bowl. The blood didn't pool as expected but was instantly absorbed into the metal, causing the runes to glow momentarily red, then gold. Identity confirmed, the goblin announced. Harry James Potter, heir to the Potter Vault. Griphook will take you down. Another goblin approached and led them toward one of many doors leading off the hall. Behind it, rather than more marble opulence, was a narrow stone passageway lit by flaming torches. A small cart sat on tracks that disappeared into the darkness. In you get, Griphook instructed. The cart ride was both terrifying and exhilarating, plunging through a maze of twisting passages at breakneck speed. Harry couldn't help grinning at the roller coaster-like experience, while McGonagall looked distinctly uncomfortable. When they finally stopped beside a small door in the passage wall, Griphook used Harry's key to unlock it. Green smoke billowed out, and as it cleared, Harry gasped at the contents. Mounds of gold coins. Columns of silver. Heaps of little bronze nuts. This is just your trust vault, Mr. Potter, Griphook informed him. Established by your parents to fund your education and personal needs until you come of age. The main Potter family vaults are separate and will become accessible to you upon your 17th birthday. Harry nodded, still stunned by the wealth before him. Even this trust vault contained more money than he could have imagined. The gold ones are galleons, McGonagall explained. 17 silver sickles to a galleon, and 29 bronze nuts to a sickle. I suggest you take about 50 galleons for your school supplies, with extra for personal items and your train fare. Harry filled a small leather pouch Griphook provided, still somewhat dazed by the revelation of his financial status. His ancestors had mentioned wealth, but seeing it physically before him was another matter entirely. After another wild cart ride back to the surface, they emerged into the bright sunshine of Diagon Alley. McGonagall consulted the supply list. We should start with your uniform, she decided. Madame Malkin's is just down the street. As they entered the robe shop, McGonagall turned to Harry. I have a small errand to run at the apothecary. Will you be comfortable being fitted on your own? I won't be long. Of course, Professor, Harry assured her, secretly pleased at the opportunity to interact with the wizarding world independently. Madame Malkin was a squat, smiling witch dressed in mauve. Hogwarts, dear? She asked when Harry entered. Got the lot here, another young man being fitted up just now, in fact. She led Harry to the back of the shop, where a pale, pointed-faced boy with white blonde hair stood on a footstool while a second witch pinned his long black robes. Madame Malkin stood Harry on a stool next to him, slipped a long robe over his head, and began pinning it to the right length. Hello, said the boy. Hogwarts too? Yes, Harry replied politely, immediately recognizing the drawling, superior tone his ancestors had warned him about, the hallmark of certain pure-blood families. My father's next door buying my books and mother's up the street looking at wands, the boy continued. Then I'm going to drag them off to look at racing brooms. I don't see why first years can't have their own. I think I'll bully father into getting me one and I'll smuggle it in somehow. Harry made a noncommittal sound, already disliking the boy's attitude. Have you got your own broom? The boy went on. Not yet, Harry said. Play Quidditch at all? No, Harry answered truthfully, though thanks to James's enthusiastic lectures, he knew the sport thoroughly. "I do. Father says it's a crime if I'm not picked to play for my house, and I must say, I agree." "Know what house you'll be in yet?" "No one knows until they get there," Harry replied, repeating what his parents had told him. The boy sniffed. "Well, no one really knows until they're sorted, but I know I'll be in Slytherin. All our family have been. Imagine being in Hufflepuff. I think I'd leave, wouldn't you?" "I think any house that values your personal strengths would be fortunate to have you," Harry said neutrally, remembering Lily's advice about navigating potentially contentious social situations. The boy looked at him with surprise, clearly not expecting such a diplomatic response. "I suppose. I'm Malfoy, by the way, Draco Malfoy." Harry tensed slightly, recognizing the name of a family his ancestors had mentioned as prominent Voldemort supporters. "Harry Potter," he replied, curious to see the reaction. Draco's eyes widened. "Are you really? I've heard you were raised by Muggles. What's that like?" "Different," Harry said carefully. "They don't understand magic." "I should think not," Draco said with a slight sneer. "My father says it's outrageous that someone like you wasn't raised in a proper wizarding household. Says Dumbledore has a lot to answer for, placing you with Muggles." Before Harry could respond, Madame Malkin announced, "That's you done, my dear," and Harry stepped down from the footstool. "Perhaps I'll see you on the train," Draco said. "You should sit with me and my friends. I can introduce you to the right sort of people." Harry considered his response carefully. Alienating the son of an influential family, even one with dubious connections, seemed unwise, but he had no intention of being drawn into pure-blood politics. "Maybe," he said noncommittally. "It was interesting meeting you, Draco." As Harry paid for his robes, Professor McGonagall returned. "All finished, Mr. Potter?" "Excellent. Next, I think we should visit Flourish and Blotts for your books." The remainder of the shopping expedition passed in a whirlwind of fascinating stores. At Flourish and Blotts, Harry purchased not only his required textbooks but several additional volumes his ancestors suggested would be valuable supplements. At the apothecary, he selected a high-quality potions kit on Fleamont's advice. At the trunk shop, he chose a model with multiple compartments and security features. "Just your wand left," McGonagall noted, consulting the list. "Ollivanders is the best place, no one makes finer wands." Ollivanders was narrow and shabby, with a single wand lying on a faded purple cushion in the dusty window. A bell tinkled as they entered the quiet shop. Harry felt a strange tingling along his skin, as if the very air was charged with magic. "Good afternoon," said a soft voice. An old man with wide, pale eyes stood before them, having appeared silently from the shadows. "Mr. Ollivander," McGonagall greeted him. "We're here for Mr. Potter's first wand." "Ah yes," the old wand maker said. "Harry Potter. I thought I'd be seeing you soon." His silvery eyes fixed on Harry's scar. "I'm sorry to say I sold the wand that did that. 13.5 inches. You. A powerful wand, very powerful, and in the wrong hands, well, if I'd known what that wand was going out into the world to do." He shook his head, then turned his attention to McGonagall. "Minerva McGonagall. Fur and dragon heartstring, 9.5 inches, stiff. A superb wand for transfiguration." "Indeed," McGonagall said with a hint of pride. "It has served me well." Ollivander turned back to Harry. "Your father, now, he favored a mahogany wand. 11 inches. Pliable. Excellent for transfiguration." "Well, I say your father favored it, it's really the wand that chooses the wizard, of course." "And my mother?" Harry asked, curious to hear about Lily's wand. "Ah, Lily Evans. Willow, 10.25 inches. Swishy. Nice for charm work." Ollivander stepped closer to Harry. "Well now, Mr. Potter. Let me see. What followed was a lengthy process of wand testing. Harry tried wand after wand, producing effects ranging from shattered vases to singed carpeting. Nothing seemed quite right, and with each failure, Ollivander grew more excited rather than frustrated. Tricky customer, eh? Not to worry, we'll find the perfect match here somewhere. He disappeared into the back of his shop and returned with yet another box. I wonder, now, yes, why not, unusual combination, holly and phoenix feather, 11 inches, nice and supple. Harry took the wand and immediately felt warmth spread from his fingers through his arm. He raised it above his head and brought it swishing down, producing a stream of red and gold sparks like fireworks. Oh, bravo! Ollivander cried. Yes, indeed, very good. Well, 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 how curious, how very curious. What's curious? Harry asked. I remember every wand I've ever sold, Mr. Potter. Every single wand. It so happens that the phoenix whose tail feather is in your wand gave another feather, just one other. It is very curious indeed that you should be destined for this wand when its brother, why, its brother gave you that scar. Harry felt a chill run through him. Voldemort's wand? Ollivander nodded, his pale eyes gleaming. The wand chooses the wizard, Mr. Potter. We can expect great things from you. After all, he who must not be named did great things, terrible, yes, but great. The wandmaker's cryptic comments left Harry feeling unsettled as they paid 7 gold galleons for the wand and departed the shop. Don't let Ollivander worry you, McGonagall said, noticing his expression. Wandmakers see connections and meanings in these things that may not have practical significance. But what does it mean that my wand is connected to Voldemort's? Harry asked. McGonagall flinched slightly at the name but answered steadily. It means, Mr. Potter, that magic sometimes works in ways we don't fully understand. Judge yourself by your own choices, not by coincidences of wand lore. Their final stop was Elop's Owl Emporium, where McGonagall surprised Harry by announcing, I believe a birthday gift is in order. Every student should have a pet, and owls are particularly useful as they carry mail. You don't have to, Harry began, but McGonagall waved away his protest. Consider it a welcome to the wizarding world, she said firmly. Select whichever owl appeals to you. After careful consideration, Harry chose a beautiful snowy owl with amber eyes that seemed to regard him with unusual intelligence. She's perfect, he said, as the owl nibbled his finger affectionately. A fine choice, McGonagall approved. Have you thought of a name? Hedwig, Harry said immediately, remembering a name he'd come across in his history of magic readings. Her name is Hedwig. With all purchases complete and Hedwig safely secured in her cage, McGonagall escorted Harry back to Privet Drive via apparition. They landed in the same secluded spot in the park from which they'd departed earlier. I've arranged for your trunk and supplies to be delivered directly to your room, McGonagall explained, waving her wand. The packages they'd been carrying vanished. Magic is quite convenient that way. As they walked back toward the Dursleys' house, McGonagall provided final instructions about the Hogwarts Express. The train leaves at precisely 11 o'clock on September 1st from platform 9 3/4. To access the platform, walk straight at the barrier between platforms 9 and 10. Don't stop or be afraid you'll crash into it. I understand, Professor, Harry assured her. And thank you for everything today. You're quite welcome, Mr. Potter. She hesitated, then added more personally, your parents would be very proud of how well you've handled today's introduction to our world. Harry smiled, knowing just how true that statement was. His parents had indeed been watching his every move with evident pride. After McGonagall left him at the Dursleys' doorstep with a final reminder about the train, Harry hurried upstairs to find his trunk and Hedwig already in his bedroom. His ancestors materialized around him, all talking excitedly about the day's events. Did you see Ollivander's face? James marveled. I've never seen him so intrigued by a wand pairing. The brother-wand connection is significant, Doria observed. It may have magical implications we should research. Minerva looked well, Lily said with a fond smile. I'm glad she was the one to take you shopping. That Malfoy boy, Fleamont frowned. Lucius Malfoy's son, no doubt. You handled him diplomatically, Harry. I didn't want to make an enemy before even starting school, Harry explained. But I'm not planning to join his circle either. Wise, Charles approved. In war and politics alike, it's best not to reveal your allegiances too quickly. Harry spent the rest of the evening examining his new possessions. He ran his fingers reverently over his textbooks, imagining all he would learn from them. He organized his potions' ingredients according to Fleamont's instructions. He tested his cauldron, set up Hedwig's cage near the window, and finally, held his wand, marveling at the warm connection he felt to it. What should I name her? He asked, gesturing to the magnificent snowy owl who was now preening her feathers. Hedwig, Lily suggested. After Saint Hedwig of Silesia, patron of orphans. Hedwig, Harry repeated, trying the name. The owl hooted softly, seeming to approve. Hedwig it is. The month between Harry's shopping expedition and his departure for Hogwarts passed in a blur of preparation. He devoured his textbooks, reading well ahead of the first-year curriculum. Under his ancestors' guidance, he practiced simple spells with his new wand, delighted to find that having a proper magical focus made casting significantly easier than his previous wandless efforts. Remember not to reveal the full extent of your abilities immediately, Charles cautioned. Strategic advantage comes from being underestimated. But don't deliberately underperform either, Lily added. Find a balance, show enough of your talent to be placed appropriately in classes, but keep your more advanced skills in reserve. The Dursleys maintained their policy of minimal interaction, though Aunt Petunia occasionally cast curious glances at Harry's school supplies when she thought he wasn't looking. Uncle Vernon had locked himself in his study when Harry returned from Diagon Alley and refused to acknowledge the owl now residing in his nephew's bedroom. Only Dudley showed any direct interest, lingering in Harry's doorway one evening to stare at Hedwig. Is it true you're going to that school? The one for people like you? Harry nodded, carefully placing a protective hand on Hedwig's cage as his cousin approached. Hogwarts. I leave September 1st. Dudley shifted uncomfortably. Will you come back for holidays? Probably for summer, Harry replied, surprised by the question. Maybe Christmas. Why? Dudley shrugged, not meeting Harry's eyes. Just wondering. He hesitated, then blurted, Can that bird really deliver letters? Yes. She's a post owl. Harry studied his cousin thoughtfully. Would you like to see her up close? She won't bite if you're gentle. After a moment's hesitation, Dudley nodded. Harry carefully opened Hedwig's cage and offered his arm as a perch. The snowy owl stepped regally onto his forearm, her amber eyes regarding Dudley imperiously. Her name is Hedwig, Harry said. You can stroke her feathers if you want, just do it slowly. With uncharacteristic caution, Dudley reached out and lightly touched Hedwig's white plumage. The owl permitted this attention with dignified tolerance. She's soft, Dudley observed, sounding surprised. She's also very smart, Harry told him. Magical owls understand human speech and can find anyone to deliver letters, even without an address. Dudley withdrew his hand, his momentary fascination giving way to the ingrained wariness of magic his parents had instilled. I should go, he muttered, backing toward the door. Mum's making pudding. After he left, Harry returned Hedwig to her cage with a thoughtful expression. That was almost a civil conversation, he remarked to his invisible ancestors. People can surprise you, Lily said softly. Even Petunia's son. On the morning of September 1st, Harry woke before dawn, too excited to sleep. He checked and rechecked his trunk, making sure everything was properly packed according to the detailed list Euphemia had helped him create. His wand was secured in the special holster Charles had insisted he purchase. Never keep your wand in your back pocket, boy, better wizards than you have lost buttocks that way. Hedwig was fed and settled in her cage for travel. Uncle Vernon grudgingly agreed to drive Harry to King's Cross, motivated less by kindness than by the prospect of finally being rid of his abnormal nephew for most of the year. The car journey passed in uncomfortable silence, broken only when they arrived at the station and Vernon smirked as he unloaded Harry's trunk. Platform 9 3/4, eh? Good luck finding that. He drove away laughing, clearly expecting Harry to be stranded. With his trunk loaded onto a trolley and Hedwig's cage balanced on top, Harry made his way through the crowded station toward platforms 9 and 10. Although McGonagall had explained how to access the magical platform, he found himself suddenly nervous about running straight at what appeared to be a solid wall. "It's perfectly safe," James assured him, materializing briefly when no muggles were looking their way. "The barrier is enchanted to let magical folk pass through while appearing solid to muggles. You'll feel a slight tingling sensation, but no impact," Lily added. "Just keep walking steadily, don't hesitate or run." Harry approached the barrier between platforms 9 and 10, took a deep breath, and walked forward with determined steps. Just as he braced for a collision, he passed through what felt like a curtain of cool mist and emerged onto a platform bustling with activity. A scarlet steam engine waited next to a platform packed with people. A sign overhead read, "Hogwarts Express, 11 o'clock." Harry had done it, he'd found platform 9 3/4. The scene was everything his parents had described and more. Families saying goodbyes, students greeting friends after the summer holiday, cats winding between legs, owls hooting to each other from their cages. The air was thick with excitement and the particular energy that comes from gathering many magical people in one place. "It hasn't changed at all," James said wistfully, he and Lily briefly visible in the magical surroundings. "Look, that's where your mother and I met for our first prefect meeting on the train. And where your father hexed Bertram Aubrey's head to twice its normal size," Lily added with a roll of her eyes. "He deserved it," James defended. "He was saying nasty things about Remus." Harry smiled at their banter, savoring this rare moment where his parents could openly reminisce in a magical setting without draining his energy to maintain their visibility. He navigated his trolley through the crowd toward the train, looking for an empty compartment. Most were already filling up, but he eventually found one near the back of the train and struggled to lift his trunk onto the steps. "Want a hand?" A red-haired boy about Harry's age approached, accompanied by an identical twin. "Yes, please," Harry accepted gratefully. With the twins' help, Harry's trunk was soon stowed in the compartment. As they finished, one of them noticed Harry's forehead. "Blimey," he said. "Are you?" "He is," the other twin confirmed. "Aren't you?" he added to Harry. "What?" Harry asked, though he suspected what was coming. "Harry Potter," the twins said in unison. "Oh, yes," Harry admitted. "That's me." The twins stared until a woman's voice called from the platform, "Fred? George? Are you there?" "Coming, Mom." With a final curious glance at Harry, the twins hopped off the train. Harry settled into his compartment, making himself comfortable for the journey ahead. Through the window, he watched the red-haired family on the platform, the twins, a tall, older boy with a prefect badge, a younger boy around Harry's age, and a small girl clinging to her mother's hand. "That's the Weasley family," James informed him. "Good people, all of them. Arthur Weasley works at the Ministry, bit obsessed with Muggle artifacts, if I recall correctly. The twins are Fred and George," Lily added. "Known troublemakers, but harmless really. The older boy must be Percy, he'd be about 5th year now. And I think the youngest boy is called Ron, he'd be your year." As the final whistle blew, students made hasty goodbyes and clambered aboard. The train began to move, and Harry watched as the little red-headed girl ran alongside it until it gathered too much speed, then fell back waving. The compartment door slid open, and the youngest Weasley boy entered. "Anyone sitting there?" he asked, pointing to the seat opposite Harry. "Everywhere else is full." "Go ahead," Harry invited, gesturing to the empty seat. The boy sat down, casting furtive glances at Harry before quickly looking out the window. "I'm Harry," he offered, deciding to make the introduction simple. "Ron Weasley," the boy replied. "Are you really Harry Potter?" Harry nodded, already growing weary of this reaction but understanding its inevitability. "And have you really got, you know?" Ron pointed at Harry's forehead. Harry lifted his fringe to show the lightning scar. Ron stared, then seemed to catch himself. "Sorry," he said, ears reddening. "But it's just, you're famous. Everyone knows about you defeating you-know-who." "I was just a baby," Harry pointed out. "I don't even remember it." This seemed to relax Ron somewhat, and the conversation soon turned to more typical topics: Ron's large family, Harry's life with the Dursleys, heavily edited, and eventually, the wizarding world in general. Harry carefully moderated his responses, showing enough knowledge to be conversational but not revealing the extent of his magical education under his ancestors. Their discussion was interrupted when a round-faced boy slid open their compartment door, looking tearful. "Sorry, but have you seen a toad?" When they shook their heads, he wailed, "I've lost him. He keeps getting away from me." "He'll turn up," Harry reassured him. "What's your name?" "Neville Longbottom," the boy sniffled. Harry felt a jolt of recognition. This was the other boy the prophecy could have referred to, born just a day before him, to parents who had also defied Voldemort 3 times. "I'll help you look," Harry offered, standing up. "Ron, mind watching my things?" Ron nodded, looking slightly relieved at not having to search for someone else's toad. As Harry and Neville moved down the train corridor checking compartments, Harry's ancestors appeared and disappeared around him, offering observations. "That's Frank and Alice's boy," Lily said sadly. "He looks so much like his father." "What happened to his parents?" Harry asked quietly when they were briefly alone. "Something terrible," James replied grimly. "After Voldemort's fall, some of his followers tortured them for information. They're alive but, not well." Neville was raised by his grandmother, Augusta Longbottom. This revelation made Harry even more determined to befriend the timid boy. As they continued searching, they were joined by a bushy-haired girl with rather large front teeth who introduced herself as Hermione Granger. "I've been helping Neville look for his toad," she explained in a bossy sort of voice. "No one seems to have seen it. I've read about a summoning charm, but that's 4th-year material and I've only tried a few simple spells myself, though they've all worked for me." She continued speaking at a rapid pace, barely pausing for breath as she shared that she was Muggle-born, had memorized all their course books, and hoped to be in Gryffindor, though Ravenclaw wouldn't be too bad. Harry listened patiently, recognizing in her nervous chatter the same excitement and anxiety he'd felt when first learning about magic. After another circuit of the train proved fruitless, he suggested they return to his compartment to regroup. "I've got an idea," he told Neville. "My owl, Hedwig, is very smart. Maybe she could help find your toad." Back at the compartment, Harry introduced Ron to Neville and Hermione, then carefully explained his plan to Hedwig. The snowy owl hooted understanding and took off down the train corridor, her amber eyes scanning every nook and cranny. "That's brilliant," Neville said hopefully. "Will she really be able to find Trevor?" "If anyone can, Hedwig can," Harry assured him, secretly hoping his owl was indeed as clever as she seemed. While they waited, Hermione questioned them about their backgrounds and expectations for Hogwarts. Ron mentioned his entire family had been in Gryffindor, while Neville admitted his grandmother wanted him in Gryffindor like his father but wasn't sure he was brave enough. "The sorting isn't about who you were when you arrive," Harry said, remembering Lily's words. "It's about who you have the potential to become." Before anyone could respond, Hedwig returned, landing on Harry's shoulder and giving a soft hoot before flying back out the door. "I think she wants us to follow her," Harry interpreted, getting to his feet. Hedwig led them to the end of the train, where they found Trevor in a damp corner near the bathrooms. "Trevor!" Neville cried joyfully, scooping up his wayward pet. "Thank you, Harry, and thank your owl too." "That was really impressive," Hermione observed as they walked back to the compartment. "I've read that magical owls are intelligent, but I didn't realize they could be trained for tracking." "Hedwig's special," Harry said simply, stroking his owl's feathers as she settled back in her cage. The remainder of the journey passed pleasantly as the 4 first-years shared stories and speculations about Hogwarts. Hermione had read Hogwarts, a history, cover to cover, and provided fascinating details about the castle. Ron contributed wizarding perspectives from growing up in a magical family, while Neville occasionally added insights about magical plants his grandmother had taught him to recognize. The only disruption came when Draco Malfoy appeared at their compartment door, flanked by 2 large, mean-looking boys. "They're saying Harry Potter's in this compartment," Draco drawled. "So it's you, is it?" "Yes," Harry said calmly, standing to greet him. "Hello again, Draco." Draco looked momentarily taken aback that Harry remembered him. "These are Crabbe and Goyle," he said, gesturing to his companions. "And you've made other friends, I see." His gaze swept dismissively over the others. "This is Ron Weasley, Neville Longbottom, and Hermione Granger," Harry introduced, deliberately using the same tone for each name, regardless of family status. Draco's lip curled slightly. "You'll soon find that some wizarding families are better than others, Potter. You don't want to go making friends with the wrong sort. I can help you there." He extended his hand, but Harry didn't take it. Instead, he replied evenly, "I appreciate the offer, Draco, but I think I can figure out the wrong sort for myself." For a moment, Malfoy's pale face flushed pink. "I'd be careful if I were you, Potter," he said slowly. "Unless you're a bit politer, you'll go the same way as your parents." They didn't know what was good for them either. Harry felt a surge of anger but kept his expression neutral. "Was there something specific you wanted, Draco?" "We were in the middle of a conversation." The pointed dismissal wasn't lost on Malfoy, who narrowed his eyes. "You'll see I was right, eventually. Come on, Crabbe, Goyle." The 3 boys departed, leaving an awkward silence in their wake. "That was amazing," Ron said finally. "The way you stood up to him. Do you know who that was?" "We met in Diagon Alley," Harry explained. His father was apparently a supporter of Voldemort. Ron and Neville both gasped at his use of the name. "You said you know whose name?" Ron looked both impressed and horrified. "I don't see the point in being afraid of a name," Harry said with a shrug. "My ancestors, I mean, my parents, weren't afraid to say it." Before anyone could question his slip, a voice echoed through the train announcing their imminent arrival at Hogsmeade Station. Excitement immediately overtook the compartment as they scrambled to change into their school robes. The train slowed to a stop, and students poured onto the tiny, dark platform. A lamp came bobbing over the heads of the crowd, and a booming voice called, "First years. First years over here." A giant of a man with a wild tangle of hair and beard beamed down at them. "Come on, follow me, any more first years?" "Mind your step, now." "That's Hagrid," James informed Harry. "Keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts. Good man, fiercely loyal to Dumbledore." The first years followed Hagrid down a steep, narrow path that opened suddenly onto the edge of a great black lake. There, perched atop a high mountain on the other side, its windows sparkling in the starry sky, was a vast castle with many turrets and towers. "No more and 4 to a boat," Hagrid called, pointing to a fleet of little boats sitting in the water by the shore. Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Neville claimed a boat together, and at Hagrid's command, the fleet glided forward across the smooth, glass-like surface of the lake. Everyone was silent, staring up at the magnificent castle as it loomed ever closer. "Duck your heads," Hagrid warned as the boats reached a curtain of ivy concealing an opening in the cliff face. They drifted through a dark tunnel until reaching an underground harbor where they clambered out onto rocks and pebbles. After a short climb up a passageway, they emerged onto smooth, damp grass right in the shadow of the castle. Hagrid led them up stone steps to a huge oak front door and knocked 3 times. The door swung open immediately to reveal Professor McGonagall, looking as stern as she had in Diagon Alley. "The Fur's years, Professor McGonagall," Hagrid announced. "Thank you, Hagrid. I will take them from here." She pulled the door wide, revealing an entrance hall so big it could have fit the entire Dursley house inside. Stone walls were lit with flaming torches, a magnificent marble staircase faced them, and from a doorway to the right came the drone of hundreds of voices, the rest of the school already gathered. McGonagall led them to a small chamber off the hall and delivered a brief speech about the 4 Hogwarts houses, Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin, explaining the house point system and emphasizing that each house had its noble history and had produced outstanding witches and wizards. "The sorting ceremony will begin momentarily," she concluded. "I shall return when we are ready for you." As soon as she left, nervous whispers broke out among the first years. Ron was telling anyone who would listen that his brothers had mentioned something about wrestling a troll, while Hermione was frantically whispering all the spells she might need to know. "It's just a hat," Harry whispered to Neville, who looked particularly terrified. "An enchanted hat that reads your character and places you in the most suitable house." "How do you know?" Neville asked, wide-eyed. Harry hesitated, realizing his mistake. "I read about it in Hogwarts, a history," he lied, borrowing from Hermione's earlier references to the book. Before Neville could question this, several students screamed as about 20 ghosts streamed through the back wall. Pearly white and slightly transparent, they glided across the room, apparently arguing about someone named Peeves until they noticed the first years. "New students," exclaimed a fat monk. "About to be sorted, I suppose?" Unlike his peers, who stared in shock at the apparitions, Harry regarded them with calm interest. After years of conversing with his spectral ancestors, these castle ghosts seemed almost ordinary by comparison. Professor McGonagall soon returned and ordered them into a line. Heart pounding with anticipation, Harry followed the other first years into the Great Hall. 4 long tables filled with students faced them, with a 5th table at the top of the hall where the teachers sat. Above them, thousands of candles floated in midair beneath a velvety black ceiling dotted with stars. "It's bewitched to look like the sky outside," Hermione whispered. "I read about it in Hogwarts, a history," Harry finished with her, earning a surprised but pleased smile. McGonagall placed a 4-legged stool before them, and atop it, a pointed wizard's hat, patched, frayed, and extremely dirty. The entire hall fell silent as a rip near the brim opened wide like a mouth, and the sorting hat began to sing. The hat's song described the 4 houses and their valued traits: brave Gryffindor, loyal Hufflepuff, wise Ravenclaw, and cunning Slytherin. It concluded by inviting students to try it on to find where they belonged. The hall burst into applause as the hat finished, and Professor McGonagall stepped forward with a long roll of parchment. "When I call your name, you will put on the hat and sit on the stool to be sorted," she announced. "Abbott, Hannah." A pink-faced girl with blonde pigtails stumbled forward, put on the hat, and after a moment's pause, was declared a Hufflepuff. The sorting continued alphabetically. Harry watched with interest as Hermione was sorted into Gryffindor, Ron groaned slightly beside him, Neville also joined Gryffindor after nearly a full minute under the hat, and Draco Malfoy was immediately placed in Slytherin. Finally, "Potter, Harry," was called, and whispers broke out across the hall as Harry stepped forward. "Potter, did she say? The Harry Potter?" Harry felt the reassuring presence of his ancestors around him as he sat on the stool and the hat dropped over his eyes. "Said a small voice in his ear. "Difficult. Very difficult. Plenty of courage, I see. Not a bad mind, either. There's talent, oh my goodness, yes, and a nice thirst to prove yourself. But what's this? Oh, how fascinating. You've had quite the unusual education, haven't you, Mr. Potter? Multiple teachers from beyond the veil, most extraordinary. Harry tensed. You can see them? My family? I see everything in your mind, young Potter. Their guidance has shaped you remarkably. Now, where to put you? You could do well in any house, you know. Harry thought carefully. His parents had both been Gryffindors, but each ancestral Potter had emphasized that house placement was about personal growth, not family tradition. I want to be where I can best fulfill my potential, Harry thought. Where I can honor my heritage while forging my own path. Wisely said, the hat replied. I see great things in your future, Harry Potter. You have been prepared for challenges beyond what most could imagine. The path won't be easy, but you have resources few could dream of. Better be Gryffindor. The last word was shouted to the entire hall. Harry removed the hat and walked shakily toward the Gryffindor table, where he received the loudest cheer yet. Percy Weasley shook his hand vigorously, while the Weasley twins chanted, "We got Potter. We got Potter." As Harry sat down, he glimpsed the high table properly for the first time. At the center, in a large gold chair, sat Albus Dumbledore, looking exactly as he had during their unexpected meeting in London. Their eyes met briefly, and Dumbledore gave a small nod, his eyes twinkling behind his half-moon spectacles. Several other teachers caught Harry's attention, a nervous-looking young man in a purple turban, a hook-nosed, sallow-skinned man dressed in black who was watching Harry with an odd expression, and Professor McGonagall, who continued calling names for sorting. Ron was eventually placed in Gryffindor too, collapsing into the chair beside Harry with evident relief. When the last student was sorted, Dumbledore rose to his feet, beaming at the students with arms opened wide. "Welcome," he said. "Welcome to a new year at Hogwarts. Before we begin our banquet, I would like to say a few words, nitwit. Blubber. Oddment. Tweak. Thank you." He sat back down to enthusiastic applause. Harry raised an eyebrow, glancing at the empty air beside him where he knew his ancestors were observing. "Is he, a bit mad?" he asked Percy quietly. "Mad? He's a genius," Percy replied enthusiastically. "Best wizard in the world. But yes, he is a bit mad." "Potatoes, Harry?" Harry's jaw dropped as the previously empty dishes before him were suddenly piled with food: roast beef, roast chicken, pork chops, lamb chops, sausages, bacon, steak, potatoes prepared multiple ways, vegetables of all sorts, gravy, ketchup, and oddly, peppermint humbugs. The Dursleys had never exactly starved Harry, especially after his ancestors intervened, but he'd never been allowed to eat as much as he wanted. He loaded his plate with a bit of everything except the humbugs and savored each bite of the delicious feast. As dinner progressed into dessert, blocks of ice cream in every flavor imaginable, apple pies, treacle tarts, chocolate eclairs, donuts, trifle, strawberries, jelly, rice pudding, conversation turned to families. Seamus Finnegan, a sandy-haired boy, described his Muggle father's shock when discovering his wife was a witch. Neville shared that his family had feared he might be a squib until his great-uncle accidentally dropped him out a window and he bounced safely down the garden. Harry listened more than he spoke, offering only that he'd been raised by his Muggle relatives. He was careful not to reveal anything about his ancestral mentors or his advanced magical training. When the desserts finally disappeared, Dumbledore rose again to deliver start-of-term notices. The Forbidden Forest was off-limits to all students, magic was not permitted in corridors between classes, Quidditch trials would begin the second week of term, and most curiously, the third-floor corridor on the right-hand side was out of bounds to anyone who didn't wish to die a very painful death. "He's not serious, is he?" Harry asked Percy, who frowned. "Must be. It's odd, because he usually gives us a reason why we're not allowed somewhere. The forbidden forest's full of dangerous beasts, everyone knows that. After a somewhat bizarre rendition of the school song, with each student singing to a different tune, they were dismissed. Percy led the Gryffindor first years through the castle's bewildering network of staircases, hidden doorways, and corridors to reach Gryffindor Tower. "Password?" asked a portrait of a very fat woman in a pink silk dress. "Caput Draconis," said Percy, and the portrait swung forward to reveal a round hole in the wall. They scrambled through it to find the Gryffindor common room, a cozy, circular room full of squashy armchairs, tables, and a crackling fire. Percy directed the girls through one door to their dormitory and the boys through another. At the top of a spiral staircase, they found their room at last, 5 four-poster beds hung with deep red, velvet curtains. Their trunks had already been brought up. Too tired to talk much, the boys pulled on their pajamas and fell into bed. Harry, however, lay awake a little longer, looking up at the bed canopy as his ancestors gathered around him, visible now that the other boys had closed their curtains and fallen asleep. "You did wonderfully today, Harry," Lily said proudly, sitting on the edge of his bed. "Making friends already, handling yourself so well with Malfoy, and now Gryffindor, though we'd have been just as proud no matter which house you were sorted into." "The hat saw you," Harry whispered. "It knew you were all teaching me." The Potters exchanged surprised glances. "That's unexpected," Fleamont said. "The Sorting Hat is an ancient magical artifact imbued with consciousness by the founders themselves. Its perceptive abilities are clearly more advanced than we realized." "Will it tell Dumbledore?" Harry asked anxiously. "I doubt it," Doria said after considering the question. "The hat has been sorting students for 1,000 years and must have encountered all manner of secrets. It likely has its own magical confidentiality. Still, we should be more careful at Hogwarts," Charles advised. "This is Dumbledore's domain, and there may be monitoring enchantments we haven't anticipated." "For now, rest," James said, reaching out as if to ruffle Harry's hair, his spectral hand passing through without sensation. "Tomorrow begins your official magical education. And our unofficial additions to it," Lily added with a smile. "Sleep well, Harry. We'll be watching over you." Harry closed his eyes, feeling truly at home for the first time in his life. Whatever challenges lay ahead, mysterious third-floor corridors, potions professors with odd expressions, or the lingering shadow of a dark wizard who might not be as defeated as the world believed, he would face them prepared and protected in ways few could imagine. With the comforting presence of generations of Potters surrounding his bed, Harry drifted into sleep, dreaming not of cupboards or Dursleys, but of ancient magic, hidden knowledge, and the legacy of light and shadow he had inherited. Harry's first week at Hogwarts was a whirlwind of new experiences. Finding his way through the castle proved challenging, with 142 staircases that moved, doors that weren't really doors, walls pretending to be doors, and portraits that visited each other, but Harry had an advantage his classmates didn't: ancestral guides who remembered the layout from their own school days. "That's not a real door, it's a wall that likes to pretend," James would murmur as Harry passed. Or Fleamont would direct, "Take that staircase to the 4th floor, then the 3rd tapestry on the left conceals a shortcut to the charms corridor." Harry was careful to occasionally get lost, like his peers, to avoid suspicion, but he quickly gained a reputation for having an uncanny sense of direction. Ron, who routinely found himself turned around, took to following Harry between classes. "How do you always know where you're going?" he asked after Harry confidently led them to the Transfiguration classroom through an obscure corridor. "I study the castle at night," Harry improvised. "While everyone else is sleeping, I memorize the routes." This wasn't entirely untrue. Harry did spend late hours exploring with his ancestors, learning the castle's secrets that only Potters knew. They showed him hidden passages, concealed rooms, and the locations of all 4 house common rooms, knowledge that would prove invaluable in emergencies. Classes themselves presented a different challenge. Harry had to carefully moderate his performance to avoid revealing the extent of his pre-Hogwarts training. In Charms, when Professor Flitwick set them to practice the Lumos spell, a basic light-producing charm Harry had mastered wandlessly at age 8, he deliberately took several attempts before succeeding with a light dimmer than he could actually produce. "Well done, Mr. Potter," squeaked Flitwick. 5 points to Gryffindor for being first to master the charm. Transfiguration proved more difficult to downplay. When Professor McGonagall instructed the class to transform matchsticks into needles, Harry knew the theory and practical application intimately from James's tutelage. He attempted to produce an imperfect needle on his first try, blunt at one end, still slightly wooden in texture, but McGonagall's sharp eyes caught the ease of his spellcasting. "Mr. Potter, would you stay after class?" she requested when the lesson ended. As the other students filed out, Harry approached her desk with carefully concealed apprehension. "Your transfiguration work was quite advanced for a first attempt," McGonagall observed, studying him over her square spectacles. "Most students struggle with the basic theory for weeks." "I read ahead in the textbook, Professor," Harry explained, using the cover story his ancestors had prepared. McGonagall's expression remained skeptical. "Reading theory and applying it are very different matters, Mr. Potter. Your wand work showed practiced confidence." Harry thought quickly. "I tried some simple spells after buying my wand in Diagon Alley," he admitted. "I was excited to finally have a wand of my own." This partial truth seemed to satisfy her. "I see. While practicing outside of school is technically not permitted for underage wizards, the Ministry rarely enforces the restriction before formal education begins. Your father showed similar aptitude for transfiguration." Her expression softened briefly. "If you find the current lessons unchallenging, I can provide additional materials for independent study." "I'd like that very much, Professor," Harry said sincerely. As he left the classroom, James materialized beside him in the empty corridor. "Well handled," he approved. "Accepting advanced materials is the perfect cover for your abilities without drawing too much suspicion." Defense against the dark arts, which Harry had anticipated eagerly, proved disappointingly basic and hampered by Professor Quirrell's nervous stutter and odd teaching methods. The classroom smelled strongly of garlic, supposedly to ward off a vampire Quirrell had encountered in Romania. More disturbing was the peculiar sensation Harry experienced whenever Quirrell turned his back, a dull pain in his lightning scar and a sense of wrongness that made his ancestors uneasy. "Something's not right with that man," Doria observed during their first lesson. "I've encountered many dark artifacts in my time, and there's a similar aura about him, particularly around that turban." "His stutter seems affected," Charles added. "Watch his eyes, they don't match his fearful demeanor." Harry made a mental note to maintain distance from Quirrell while observing him carefully. If his ancestors sensed something amiss, it warranted investigation. Potions class brought its own challenges. The moment Harry entered the dungeon classroom, the sallow-skinned, hook-nosed professor he'd noticed at the welcoming feast fixed him with a penetrating stare that contained unmistakable animosity. "That's Severus Snape," Lily whispered, her spectral form appearing briefly beside Harry. We were friends as children, before Hogwarts. But things became complicated." "He looks like he hates me," Harry murmured as he took his seat. "It's more about James than you," Lily admitted. "They had a bitter rivalry at school." "Rivalry is putting it mildly," James said, materializing on Harry's other side. "We were enemies, and I wasn't always the better man in our confrontations." Before Harry could ask more, Snape began calling roll. When he reached Harry's name, he paused. "Ah, yes," he said softly. "Harry Potter. Our new celebrity." Draco Malfoy and his friends Crabbe and Goyle sniggered behind their hands. Snape finished calling names and looked up at the class, his black eyes cold and empty. "You are here to learn the subtle science and exact art of potion making," he began in barely more than a whisper. The class hung on his every word as he described the power of potions with evident passion. Then his expression hardened again. "Potter," he said suddenly. What would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood? Thanks to Fleamont's extensive potions training, Harry knew the answer immediately. It created the powerful sleeping potion known as the Draught of Living Death. But he also recognized Snape was deliberately targeting him with advanced questions. "I'm not sure, Professor," Harry said carefully. "I think it might be some kind of sleeping potion, but I'd need to check my textbook." Snape's lips curled into a sneer. "Fame clearly isn't everything. Let's try again. Where would you look if I told you to find me a bezoar?" Again, Harry knew, a bezoar was a stone taken from the stomach of a goat that could save you from most poisons. But revealing too much knowledge would raise suspicions. "In the supply cabinet, sir?" Harry suggested innocently. Several people laughed, including Ron. Snape was not amused. "Thought you wouldn't open a book before coming, Potter," he said. "What is the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane?" This time, Harry decided to show a bit of knowledge. The question was relatively basic, and Hermione's frantically raised hand indicated other first-years might know. "They're the same plant, sir. Also called aconite, I believe." Surprise flickered briefly across Snape's face before his scowl returned. "Correct. For your information, asphodel and wormwood create a sleeping potion so powerful it is known as the Draught of Living Death. A bezoar is a stone taken from the stomach of a goat and will save you from most poisons." 1 point to Gryffindor for knowing about monkshood and wolfsbane. And a point from Gryffindor for your cheek, Potter. Things didn't improve during the practical portion of class. Snape swept around the room in his black cloak, criticizing almost everyone except Malfoy, whom he seemed to favor. Harry worked methodically, following Fleamont's whispered advice to produce a nearly perfect boil cure potion. When Snape paused at his cauldron, clearly seeking flaws, he found none significant enough to criticize openly. "Adequate," he said coldly before moving on, high praise compared to his scathing remarks to others. After class, Harry lingered behind momentarily. "Go on," he told Ron. "I'll catch up in a minute." When the room had emptied, Harry approached Snape's desk. "Professor, may I ask a question?" Snape looked up with evident irritation. "What is it, Potter?" "I noticed you knew my mother," Harry said directly. "You called roll without looking at the parchment until you reached my name. You knew who I was immediately, even though we've never met." Snape's expression tightened. "Your appearance is distinctive." "It's my mother's eyes, isn't it?" Harry pressed gently. "Everyone says I have her eyes." For a fraction of a second, pain flashed across Snape's face before being replaced by cold anger. 10 points from Gryffindor for your presumption, Potter. Get out of my classroom." Harry nodded and turned to leave, pausing at the door. "I'd like to earn your respect, Professor. Not because I'm famous, but because I'm willing to work hard in your class. I think potions are fascinating." Without waiting for a response, he departed, leaving Snape staring after him with an unreadable expression. "That was risky," Lily said as they walked toward the Great Hall. "Severus is complicated. His feelings about me, about your father, about you, they're all tangled together." "Was he really your friend?" Harry asked. Lily nodded sadly. "My first friend who knew about magic. We met before Hogwarts, when we were 9. He was the one who told me I was a witch." "And then what happened?" "We grew apart," she said simply. "He made choices I couldn't accept, fell in with people who believed in pure-blood supremacy. Our friendship couldn't survive that divide." James appeared on Harry's other side. "I didn't help matters," he admitted. "I was jealous of their friendship and treated Snape abominably at times. It's not something I'm proud of." Harry absorbed this information thoughtfully. "So he hates me because I remind him of both of you, the friend he lost and the rival he despised." "Perceptive," Doria commented, materializing ahead of them. "But be careful with Severus Snape. He's a skilled occlumens and legilimens, he can protect his own mind and potentially read others. All the more reason to continue your occlumency training, Charles added. Tonight, we intensify those lessons. That evening, after his dorm mates had fallen asleep, Harry sat cross-legged on his bed with privacy charms his ancestors had taught him cast around his four-poster. Doria appeared before him, her aristocratic features serious. Today proved you need stronger mental defenses, she began without preamble. Both Snape and Dumbledore are accomplished legilimens. Your encounter with Severus was brief, but prolonged eye contact with either of them could expose our presence. What do I need to do? Harry asked. We'll build on the foundation we've established, she explained. You've learned basic meditation and visualization. Now we construct actual barriers. For the next 2 hours, Doria guided Harry through increasingly complex mental exercises. He learned to visualize his memories as physical objects that could be sorted and protected. Important secrets, like his ancestral training, were placed in a mental vault secured behind multiple layers of misdirection and decoy memories. The key, Doria instructed, is not to appear empty or blocked, which would arouse suspicion. Instead, present convincing surface thoughts and emotions that align with what they expect to see. By midnight, Harry was mentally exhausted but had made significant progress. His ancestors agreed to rotate night training sessions, with Doria focusing on occlumency, Charles on advanced defense, Fleamont on potions theory beyond the first-year curriculum, and James and Lily on practical spellwork they could practice safely in the Room of Requirement, a secret chamber James had discovered during his own Hogwarts years. The Room of Requirement appears when you pace 3 times before a blank wall on the 7th floor, opposite the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy, James explained. You must concentrate on exactly what you need, and the room will create it for you. It's where your father and I had our first real date, Lily added with a fond smile. After years of me rejecting him, we finally connected there in 7th year when he showed me a room that had transformed into a perfect recreation of my childhood playground. We'll take you there tomorrow night, James promised. It's the safest place to practice advanced magic without detection. The following day brought Harry's first flying lesson, an activity he'd been anticipating with mixed emotions. Despite James's Quidditch legacy, Harry had never actually flown on a broomstick. His ancestors had taught him the theory extensively, but practical experience had been impossible in Muggle Surrey. Don't worry, James reassured him as the Gryffindors and Slytherins assembled on the training grounds. Flying is in your blood. Trust your instincts. When Madame Hooch instructed them to command their brooms with, "up," Harry's jumped immediately into his hand, one of only a few to do so. The moment he mounted and received permission to hover briefly, Harry felt an extraordinary sense of rightness, as if he'd discovered a missing part of himself. Then disaster struck. Neville, nervous and jumpy, pushed off too early, lost control of his broom, and fell from 20 feet up, breaking his wrist. As Madame Hooch escorted him to the hospital wing, leaving strict instructions for everyone to stay grounded, Draco Malfoy spotted something in the grass, Neville's remembrall, a gift from his grandmother. "Look what Longbottom dropped," Malfoy said, snatching it up. Perhaps if he'd given this a squeeze, he'd have remembered to fall on his fat backside. "Give it here, Malfoy," Harry said quietly. Instead of complying, Draco mounted his broom. "I think I'll leave it somewhere for Longbottom to find, how about up a tree?" He rose into the air, demonstrating he'd clearly flown before despite the ban on first years having brooms. Harry grabbed his own broom. "Harry, no!" Hermione shouted. "You'll get expelled." But Harry was already mounting, his ancestors' voices conflicted in his ear. Lily urged caution while James encouraged action, but ultimately, Harry made his own choice. He kicked hard off the ground and soared upward, astonished at how natural it felt, like his body innately understood what to do. "Give it here," Harry called to Malfoy, "or I'll knock you off that broom." "Oh, yeah?" Malfoy sneered, though he looked uneasy at Harry's confident handling of the school broom. Harry leaned forward and shot toward Malfoy like an arrow. The blonde boy barely moved aside in time. Harry made a sharp turn, holding the broom steady with practiced ease despite never having flown before. "No Crabbe and Goyle up here to save you, Malfoy," Harry called. The same thought seemed to have occurred to Draco. "Catch it if you can, then," he shouted, throwing the Remembrall high into the air before streaking back toward the ground. Harry saw the glass ball rise and then begin to fall. In a moment of pure instinct, he leaned forward, pointing his broom handle down, and went into a steep dive, racing the ball toward the ground. Wind whistled in his ears as he stretched out his hand. A foot from the ground he caught it, just in time to pull his broom straight, toppling gently onto the grass with the Remembrall clutched safely in his fist. Harry Potter. Professor McGonagall was running toward them, her face a mask of shock. Never, in all my time at Hogwarts, she seemed almost speechless with anger. "How dare you, might have broken your neck, follow me, now." Heart sinking, Harry followed her into the castle, ignoring Malfoy and his cronies' triumphant faces. His ancestors kept pace, offering reassurances. "She won't expel you," James insisted. "That catch was magnificent. Just like your old dad." "This isn't about rules for Minerva," Lily added. "It's about Quidditch." Harry wasn't reassured until McGonagall stopped outside a classroom, requested to borrow wood, and moments later emerged with a burly fifth-year boy. "Potter, this is Oliver Wood." "Wood, I've found you a seeker." What followed was surreal, McGonagall explaining Harry's natural flying ability to the Gryffindor Quidditch captain, Wood's growing excitement as he examined Harry's build, light, speedy, perfect seeker material, and the unprecedented offer of a position on the house team for a first year. "Your father would be proud," McGonagall said with a rare smile. "He was an excellent Quidditch player himself." "He certainly is," Harry replied without thinking, then quickly amended, I'm sure he would be." McGonagall's eyes narrowed slightly at the slip, but she simply nodded. "You'll begin training next week. Wood will show you everything you need to know." News of Harry's appointment to the Quidditch team spread rapidly despite attempts to keep it secret. Fred and George Weasley, the team's beaters, cornered him at dinner to congratulate him and promise to protect him from opposing players who might target the much smaller first year. Even more surprising was the arrival of a long, thin package at breakfast several days later, delivered by 6 large screech owls. The attached note read, "Do not open the parcel at the table, it contains your new Nimbus 2000, but I don't want everybody knowing you've got a broomstick or they'll all want one. Oliver Wood will meet you tonight on the Quidditch field at 7 o'clock for your first training session. Professor M. McGonagall, a Nimbus 2000. Ron moaned enviously. "I've never even touched one." Harry left the hall quickly with Ron to unwrap the broomstick in private, but they were intercepted by Malfoy, who seized the package and felt it. "That's a broomstick," he said with a mixture of jealousy and spite. "You'll be in trouble now, Potter. First years aren't allowed them." Before Harry could respond, Professor Flitwick appeared at Malfoy's elbow. "Not arguing, I hope, boys?" "Potter's been sent a broomstick, Professor," Malfoy said quickly. Yes, that's right," Flitwick beamed at Harry. "Professor McGonagall told me about the special circumstances." "What model is it?" "A Nimbus 2000, sir," Harry said, fighting not to laugh at the look of horror on Malfoy's face. "And it's really thanks to Malfoy here that I got it." As they headed upstairs, chuckling at Malfoy's obvious rage and confusion, Harry felt a momentary pang about the deception. He hadn't truly earned his place on the team through years of practice or tryouts, it had come naturally, almost too easily. "Don't diminish your achievement," James said, seemingly reading his thoughts. "Natural talent is still talent. And you'll work hard to prove yourself worthy of the position." "Your father's right," Lily added. Besides, catching that Remembrall wasn't just about flying skill, it was about standing up for Neville when no one else did. Harry nodded, resolving to dedicate himself to mastering Quidditch properly. That evening's training session with Wood proved both exhilarating and exhausting as the enthusiastic captain explained the rules and positions before putting Harry through basic seeker drills. "You're a natural, Potter," Wood declared at the end, eyes gleaming. "I wouldn't be surprised if you turn out better than Charlie Weasley, and he could have played for England if he hadn't gone off chasing dragons." Harry returned to Gryffindor Tower pleasantly tired but with a new sense of purpose. This was something he'd earned on his own merits, not because of his family's training or his boy who lived status. On the Quidditch pitch, he was just Harry, and that felt right. As September transitioned into October, Harry settled into a demanding routine. During the day, he attended classes, carefully moderating his performance to show above-average but not suspicious ability. Evenings alternated between Quidditch practice, homework with Ron and Hermione, who had become a close friend after Harry and Ron saved her from a mountain troll on Halloween, and secret training with his ancestors in the Room of Requirement. The troll incident had been a pivotal moment. Quirrell had burst into the Great Hall during the Halloween feast, announcing a troll in the dungeons before fainting. In the ensuing chaos, Harry remembered Hermione didn't know about the troll, having spent the afternoon crying in the girls' bathroom after Ron made a thoughtless comment about her. Despite his prefect brother Percy's instructions to follow the other Gryffindors to the tower, Harry had pulled Ron aside. "Hermione doesn't know about the troll." Ron had looked uncomfortable but nodded. "We've got to find her." They'd slipped away from the group, intending only to warn Hermione, but instead encountered the fully grown mountain troll entering the very bathroom where she was hiding. What followed was a desperate battle that ended with Ron successfully levitating the troll's own club and dropping it on its head, a feat of magic that surprised everyone, including Ron himself. When teachers arrived, Hermione had taken the blame, claiming she'd gone looking for the troll herself and that Harry and Ron had saved her. This unexpected lie from the rule-abiding Hermione had sealed their friendship. Since then, the three had been inseparable during daylight hours. Nighttime, however, belonged to Harry's ancestral training. The Room of Requirement proved perfect for their needs, transforming into whatever space best suited the lesson. For occlumency with Doria, it became a quiet meditation chamber with comfortably cushioned floors and soothing, neutral colors. For combat training with Charles, it provided a dueling platform with practice dummies and protective wards. For potions with Fleamont, it supplied a fully stocked laboratory with ingredients even Snape's stores lacked. "Your shields are improving," Doria noted during one particularly grueling occlumency session. "I can barely sense surface thoughts now without concentrated effort." "But would they hold against Dumbledore or Snape?" Harry asked, wiping sweat from his brow. Mental magic proved more physically taxing than spellcasting sometimes. "Against casual inspection, yes," she confirmed. "Against determined intrusion, not yet. But you're progressing faster than I expected." In addition to these specialized lessons, Harry continued exploring the castle with his ancestors as guides. They showed him the kitchens, introduced him to the house elves who were delighted to meet Master Harry Potter, sir, and revealed several emergency escape routes should he ever need them. During one such exploration in mid-October, they made a disturbing discovery on the forbidden third-floor corridor. Fleeing from Filch after nearly being caught out after curfew, Harry ducked through a door that should have been locked, only to find himself face-to-face with an enormous three-headed dog standing on a trapdoor. "Cerberus," gasped Hardwin Potter, the family's historical expert. A guardian beast from ancient Greek tradition, typically used to guard entrances to the underworld or, in magical contexts, to protect valuable treasures. Harry backed carefully toward the exit, maintaining eye contact with all three heads as Charles had taught him when facing magical beasts. Once safely outside and well away from the corridor, he asked, "What's it guarding?" Why would Dumbledore keep something like that in a school full of children? Whatever it's protecting must be extraordinarily valuable, Fleamont reasoned. The use of a Cerberus suggests layers of protection. It's guarding the entrance, but there will be other obstacles beyond the trapdoor. Or it could be containing something dangerous, Doria suggested more ominously. Something that shouldn't be allowed to escape. Harry shared a sanitized version of his discovery with Ron and Hermione the next day, mentioning only that he'd gotten lost and accidentally found the dog. Hermione immediately connected it to a break-in at Gringotts that had been reported in the Daily Prophet around the time of Harry's birthday. What if whatever the dog's guarding is what the thieves tried to steal from Gringotts, she speculated. But what could it be? Ron wondered. Something small, Harry said, remembering the size of the trapdoor. Valuable enough to keep in a high-security vault and now worth protecting with deadly guardians. This mystery added another dimension to Harry's Hogwarts experience. Between classes, Quidditch, friendship, ancestral training, and now the secret of the third-floor corridor, his days were fuller than he could have imagined possible during his lonely years at Privet Drive. As the first Quidditch match of the season approached, Gryffindor vs. Slytherin, Harry's night training shifted to accommodate his need for rest before the game. The match itself proved more harrowing than anticipated when his broomstick began trying to buck him off midair. "Someone's jinxing it." Doria's voice came urgently as Harry clung desperately to the wildly jerking nimbus. "It's dark magic, requires constant eye contact and concentration." Harry scanned the crowd while hanging from his broom with one hand. In the teacher's stand, he spotted two figures staring unblinkingly at him, Snape and Quirrell, sitting almost directly behind each other. "Can't tell which one," James said tensely. "Could be either, or one could be performing the counter-jinx." The mystery was solved when Hermione, having apparently reached the same conclusion about the jinx, set fire to Snape's robes. In the ensuing distraction, Harry's broom stopped trying to unseat him. He remounted quickly and spotted the golden snitch hovering near the ground. His dive for it ended with him nearly swallowing the tiny golden ball, an unorthodox but valid catch that won Gryffindor the match. Afterward, Ron and Hermione were convinced Snape had tried to kill Harry. Harry himself wasn't certain, remembering how his scar prickled whenever Quirrell was nearby, particularly when his back was turned. "I don't think it was Snape," he told his friends carefully. "He may dislike me, but attempted murder seems extreme." "Then who?" Hermione pressed. Harry shrugged noncommittally. "Could have been anyone in that section. Or maybe my broom just malfunctioned." He couldn't share his ancestors' insights without revealing their existence, so he let the matter drop while privately resolving to watch both professors more carefully. As Christmas approached, most students prepared to return home for the holidays. Harry, along with Ron, whose parents were visiting his brother Charlie in Romania, opted to remain at Hogwarts. The nearly empty castle provided a perfect opportunity for more intensive training with his ancestors. "The restricted section of the library will be easier to access," Doria noted. "There might be texts on soul magic that could help us understand your connection to Voldemort better." "Soul magic?" Harry asked, unfamiliar with the term despite his extensive education. The Potter ancestors exchanged uneasy glances. "We've been reluctant to delve too deeply into this with you," Lily admitted. "It's very dark magic, the kind that corrupts even those who merely study it." "But your scar is no ordinary curse mark," James continued. "The way it reacts to certain stimuli, particularly around Quirrell, suggests a connection beyond physical injury." "You think part of Voldemort is, in me?" Harry asked, horrified. "Not exactly," Fleamont said cautiously. "But there may be a magical link, something created when the killing curse rebounded. Understanding it could be crucial to preparing for any future confrontation." Christmas morning brought unexpected gifts, a hand-carved wooden flute from Hagrid, a hand-knitted emerald green sweater from Ron's mother, chocolate frogs from Hermione, and most mysteriously, a fluid, silvery gray cloak that James immediately identified with astonishment. "My invisibility cloak," he exclaimed as Harry held up the shimmering fabric. "It's been in the Potter family for generations. I wondered what happened to it after I died." "Dumbledore must have had it," Lily realized. "The note says it was left in his possession." Indeed, the unsigned note accompanying the cloak read simply, "Your father left this in my possession before he died. It is time it was returned to you." Use it well. A very Merry Christmas to you. This is no ordinary invisibility cloak, Hardwin said, examining it with reverent eyes. Most such cloaks fade or tear over time as their charms deteriorate. This one has remained perfect for centuries. It's one of the Hallows, added the oldest Potter ancestor, speaking for the first time in weeks. His archaic speech and tendency toward cryptic pronouncements made him an infrequent contributor to daily conversations, but when he spoke, the other ancestors listened. Death's own cloak, given to Ignotus Peveril, from whom we are descended. The Hallows? Harry asked, but the ancient Potter merely smiled mysteriously and faded from view. Another piece of family history we should discuss soon, James said. But for now, this cloak offers tremendous tactical advantages. It will make your night explorations considerably safer. Harry put the cloak to immediate use that night, using it to access the restricted section. While searching for books on soul magic, he accidentally awakened a screaming book that alerted Filch. In his hasty escape, Harry discovered a disused classroom containing an ornate mirror with the inscription, Erist stra eru oit ube kafru oit anwosi. I show not your face but your heart's desire, Lily translated, reading the inscription backward. When Harry stood before the mirror, he saw himself surrounded by dozens of people, not just his ancestral spirits but physically present versions of his parents and grandparents, all smiling proudly at him. The image was so compelling he nearly reached out to touch it. The mirror of Erist, Fleamont identified grimly. A dangerous artifact, Harry. Men have wasted away before it, entranced by what they saw. Or gone mad, not knowing if what it shows is possible or even real, Doria added. You should not return here. But Harry did return the following night, drawn by the vision of his family made whole. This time, he brought Ron, who saw himself as head boy and Quidditch captain holding both house and Quidditch cups. On his third visit, Harry found Dumbledore waiting for him. Back again, Harry, the headmaster said gently from where he sat on one of the desks against the wall. Their conversation about the mirror's dangers echoed what his ancestors had already warned, but Dumbledore's personal revelation struck Harry deeply. When the headmaster claimed he saw himself holding a pair of thick, woolen socks, one can never have enough socks, Harry sensed both humor and profound sadness beneath the whimsical answer. He's not being entirely truthful, Lily observed as they left the classroom. But he's right about the mirror. It shows neither truth nor knowledge, only the deepest, most desperate desires. What would he really see? Harry wondered. Everyone has regrets, Harry, James said quietly. Even Albus Dumbledore. Perhaps especially him. Winter melted into spring, bringing increased pressure from both classes and Quidditch as the end-of-year exams and final matches approached. Harry maintained his careful balance of public and private education, excelling in classes without revealing the full extent of his abilities. His investigations into the third-floor mystery continued with Ron and Hermione. A conversation with Hagrid revealed that the three-headed dog, Fluffy, was guarding something that concerned Dumbledore and Nicholas Flamel, which Hermione eventually identified as the Philosopher's Stone, a legendary object that could transform metal to gold and produce the elixir of life. That explains the security, Fleamont said when Harry shared this discovery with his ancestors. The stone would be a tempting target for any wizard seeking wealth or immortality. Including Voldemort, Charles added grimly. If he survived in some form as we suspect, the elixir of life would be exactly what he needs to regain physical form. Harry's suspicions about who might be after the stone oscillated between Snape and Quirrell. The evidence against Snape seemed stronger. He had been injured by Fluffy on Halloween, Harry had seen his bleeding leg, appeared to be threatening Quirrell in the Forbidden Forest, and had refereed Harry's second Quidditch match in what seemed an attempt to sabotage Gryffindor. Yet Harry's instincts and his ancestors' observations kept pointing toward Quirrell. His scar hurt specifically in defense against the dark arts classes. The stuttering professor always seemed to be lurking near the third-floor corridor. And as Doria had noted, there was something distinctly off about his magical aura. The mystery intensified when Harry and Hermione were caught out of bed after smuggling Hagrid's illegal dragon hatchling to the astronomy tower. Their punishment, detention in the Forbidden Forest with Hagrid, led to Harry's first direct encounter with Voldemort since infancy. Deep in the forest, searching for an injured unicorn, Harry found the magnificent creature dead in a clearing. A hooded figure was crouched over it, drinking its blood. When the figure raised its head and silver unicorn blood dribbled down its front, Harry's scar exploded with the worst pain he'd ever experienced. "Harry Potter," whispered a voice from the hooded figure as it moved toward him. The pain in Harry's scar became blinding, and he stumbled backward. Before the figure could reach him, a centaur named Firenze intervened, driving it away and carrying Harry to safety. The centaur's explanation was disturbing. "The blood of a unicorn will keep you alive, even if you are an inch from death, but at a terrible price. You have slain something pure and defenseless to save yourself, and you will have but a half-life, a cursed life, from the moment the blood touches your lips." "Voldemort," Harry whispered. Firenze nodded solemnly. "Do you know what is hidden in the school at this very moment?" "The Philosopher's Stone," Harry realized. "He wants it to come back fully." "He's not alone," Doria added, appearing beside Harry on Firenze's back, though only Harry could see her. "The magical signature I sensed, there were two distinct essences intertwined." "Quirrell," Harry murmured, the pieces suddenly fitting together. "He's helping Voldemort. He's letting Voldemort use him somehow." When Harry returned to the castle and related his experience to Ron and Hermione, minus the ancestral insights, they began planning how to prevent the theft of the stone. Harry was convinced Dumbledore's presence was the only thing preventing immediate action, so when the headmaster was called away to London, he knew the attempt would come that night. "We have to go through the trapdoor," he told his friends. "Tonight." "Are you mental?" Ron exclaimed. "That's exactly what they want." "We don't have a choice," Harry insisted. "If Voldemort gets the stone, he comes back. People die. Starting with me." That night, equipped with Harry's invisibility cloak, the trio set out for the third-floor corridor. They overcame a series of obstacles clearly designed by different professors: Fluffy, whom they lulled to sleep with music as Hagrid had accidentally revealed, a devil's snare plant that Hermione defeated with magical fire, a room of flying keys where Harry's seeker skills proved crucial, a giant wizard's chess set that Ron navigated brilliantly at the cost of sacrificing himself, a troll already knocked out by whoever preceded them, and finally, Snape's logic puzzle involving potions. The final chamber allowed only Harry to proceed, as there was just enough potion to send one person forward through the black flames. Hermione returned to help Ron and alert Dumbledore while Harry moved ahead alone, except, of course, for his invisible ancestors. "Be careful," Lily warned as he prepared to step through the flames. "If Quirrell is possessed by Voldemort as we suspect, you'll be facing two wizards in one body. Remember your training," Charles added. "Keep moving, use the environment, don't engage directly unless absolutely necessary." Harry nodded, drank the potion, and walked through the black flames into the final chamber. There, as he had begun to suspect, stood not Snape but Professor Quirrell, looking completely different without his stutter or timid demeanor. "You?" Harry exclaimed with feigned surprise. "Yes, me," Quirrell replied calmly. "I wondered whether I'd be meeting you here, Potter." "But Snape, Severus?" Quirrell laughed. "Yes, he does seem the type, doesn't he? Next to him, who would suspect P.P. Poor, St. stuttering P. Professor Quirrell?" As their conversation unfolded, Harry learned that Snape had actually been trying to protect him all year. It was Snape who had muttered the counter-curse during the Quidditch match while Quirrell jinxed the broom. Quirrell had let the troll in on Halloween as a diversion. And most importantly, Quirrell was indeed working to retrieve the stone for Voldemort. The Mirror of Erist stood in the center of the chamber, apparently the final protection for the stone. When Quirrell couldn't determine how to extract the stone from the mirror, a new voice spoke, high, cold, and seemingly coming from Quirrell himself. "Use the boy. Use the boy. Quirrell seized Harry and forced him in front of the mirror. Harry saw his reflection smile, reach into its pocket, and pull out a blood-red stone. As it winked and returned the stone to its pocket, Harry felt the real stone drop into his own pocket. He lied smoothly when Quirrell demanded to know what he saw. "I see myself shaking hands with Dumbledore," he invented. "I've won the House Cup for Gryffindor." But the disembodied voice knew better. "He lies. He lies. Potter, tell me the truth." Quirrell shouted. "What did you just see? Let me speak to him, face to face." "Master, you are not strong enough. I have strength enough, for this." Harry watched in horror as Quirrell unwrapped his turban to reveal a terrible face on the back of his head, chalk white with glaring red eyes and slits for nostrils, like a snake. "Harry Potter," it whispered. "See what I have become? Mere shadow and vapor. I have form only when I can share another's body, but there have always been those willing to let me into their hearts and minds. Unicorn blood has strengthened me, these past weeks, and once I have the elixir of life, I will be able to create a body of my own. Now, why don't you give me that stone in your pocket?" Harry stumbled backward, his ancestors materializing around him, their expressions tense. "He can't see us," James assured Harry. "But we're here. We'll help however we can." What followed was a desperate struggle. When Harry refused to surrender the stone, Voldemort ordered Quirrell to seize him. To everyone's shock, wherever Quirrell touched Harry's skin, he suffered excruciating burns, his hand blistering before their eyes. "It's your mother's protection." Lily gasped. "My sacrifice, he can't touch you." Understanding dawned on Harry. He lunged forward, pressing his hands against Quirrell's face. The pain in his scar was blinding, but he held on as Quirrell screamed in agony. His ancestors surrounded him, pouring their strength into him through their spectral connection. "Hold on, Harry. The protection flows through your intent, focus it. We're with you." The last thing Harry remembered before losing consciousness was Quirrell's tortured screams, Voldemort's rage, and a swirl of robes as someone else entered the chamber. Then everything went black. He awoke in the hospital wing, Dumbledore seated beside his bed. Their conversation answered many questions. Yes, it had been Voldemort possessing Quirrell. Yes, love was the power that had protected Harry, and yes, the stone had been destroyed with Nicholas Flamel's consent. But for every answer, Harry had new questions that Dumbledore either couldn't or wouldn't address. When Harry asked why Voldemort had tried to kill him as a baby, Dumbledore claimed he was too young for the truth. When Harry inquired about his mother's protection, Dumbledore gave only vague explanations about love's power against hatred. After Dumbledore left, Harry's ancestors appeared around his hospital bed. "He knows more than he's saying," Doria observed. "About everything." "He's trying to protect you," Lily suggested, though she looked troubled. "In his own way. By keeping me ignorant?" Harry asked. "How is that protection?" "It isn't," Charles said firmly. "Knowledge is power in any confrontation. Dumbledore's secrecy, however well-intentioned, would leave you vulnerable if we weren't here to fill the gaps." Harry nodded thoughtfully. "He mentioned my mother's sacrifice creating a protection in my blood, something that hurt Quirrell when he touched me. Is that why he left me with Aunt Petunia? Because of a blood connection?" "The blood wards," James confirmed. "They're real and powerful, we can sense them. Living with Petunia reinforces that protection. But they wouldn't have prevented us from teaching you about your heritage earlier," Lily added with a hint of bitterness. "Or from visits to Potter Manor, or proper care. Dumbledore has his own plans," Fleamont said. "He sees the big picture, the greater good. But sometimes he overlooks individual needs in service to his larger strategies. We need to be cautious," Hardwin advised. "Continue your training, strengthen your mind shields, and prepare for Voldemort's next attempt." This encounter proved he's not gone, merely weakened and disembodied. After 3 days in the hospital wing, Harry was released in time for the end-of-year feast, where Dumbledore awarded last-minute points to Gryffindor for the trio's adventure, securing them the House Cup. The celebration was bittersweet for Harry, who knew that summer meant returning to Privet Drive and the blood wards that both protected and confined him. On the train ride home, Ron and Hermione made plans to write and possibly visit. Harry didn't share his own summer agenda, intensive magical training with his ancestors now that he had a better understanding of the threat Voldemort posed, and perhaps, finally, a visit to Potter Manor. As King's Cross came into view, Harry felt a curious mixture of emotions. He was leaving Hogwarts, which had become his first true home, but he wasn't returning to the lonely existence he'd known before. His ancestral guides would continue his education, his friends would stay in touch, and most importantly, he now understood his place in the wizarding world, not just as the boy who lived, but as the heir to a legacy spanning centuries. "Ready for summer training?" James asked as they disembarked. Harry nodded imperceptibly. "More than ready. Next time Voldemort appears, I won't need luck or my mother's protection alone. I'll be prepared." "That's our boy," Lily said proudly. Harry stepped through the barrier between platforms 9 3/4 and magical London, back into the Muggle world where Uncle Vernon waited with a sour expression. But Harry wasn't dejected. He carried within him the strength of generations of Potters, the knowledge they had imparted, and the confidence that came from facing Voldemort and surviving once more. The legacy of light and shadow continued, and Harry Potter was growing into it with every passing day. Chapter 3, Halls of Stone and Secrets. The English summer arrived with unrelenting heat, baking the pristine lawns of Privet Drive to a crisp yellow-brown despite the residents' best efforts at preservation. Harry Potter sat cross-legged beneath a gnarled oak in the back garden of No. 4, his eyes closed in intense concentration. To any observer, he appeared to be dozing in the meager shade, perhaps avoiding chores or escaping his cousin Dudley's renewed interest in Harry hunting now that school was out. In reality, Harry was engaged in a mental duel with his great-great-grandmother Doria Potter. "Your outer defenses are improving," her voice echoed in his mind as she probed the layered shields he had constructed. "But you're still vulnerable to misdirection. Watch." Harry felt a subtle shift, like someone gently turning his attention away from a private thought. He recognized the technique: distract, then penetrate, and countered by imagining his mental fortress not as a single structure but as a labyrinth where distractions merely led to false chambers. "Better," Doria approved. "Much better. Dumbledore favors that approach, a gentle touch that makes you forget what you were protecting." Harry opened his eyes, squinting against the afternoon sunlight. His ancestral guides materialized around him, taking advantage of the privacy of the empty garden. "I still can't believe he didn't explain anything," Harry said, returning to the topic that had dominated many conversations since his return from Hogwarts. "About why Voldemort targeted me as a baby, about the prophecy, about any of it." "Albus has always played his cards close to his chest," Fleamont said, his spectral form pacing thoughtfully. "Even during the First War against Voldemort, he compartmentalized information extensively." "It's a strategy," Charles added, "and not necessarily a poor one when dealing with a legilimens as powerful as Voldemort. What you don't know can't be extracted from your mind." "But I'm not just any student," Harry insisted. "I've faced him twice now. Don't I deserve to understand why?" Lily's expression softened. "Of course you do, sweetheart. And we've told you everything we know about the prophecy. But even we don't know its exact wording or why Dumbledore believes it's best to keep you in the dark." Harry nodded, accepting the limitation. His parents and ancestors had indeed shared their knowledge freely, how a prophecy had marked him as the one with the power to defeat Voldemort, how the Dark Wizard had chosen to target Harry specifically among potential candidates, how his mother's sacrifice had created a protection in his blood. But gaps remained. "Let's focus on what we can control," James suggested, ever practical. "Your occlumency is coming along brilliantly." Your wandless magic has improved significantly since you've had proper wand training to understand the underlying theory. And we still have the Potter Manor visit to prepare for. At the mention of Potter Manor, Harry's mood lifted immediately. The visit, promised by Dumbledore the previous summer and confirmed by Owl shortly after Harry's return from Hogwarts, was scheduled for the coming weekend. Professor McGonagall would escort him to his ancestral home for a day trip, his first real connection to his family heritage beyond the invisibility cloak and his spectral guides. "We should review the wards again," Harry said eagerly. "And the family grimoire location, and you should finish weeding the garden before your aunt comes looking for you," Lily interrupted gently. "Remember, maintaining peace with the Dursleys makes everything easier." Harry sighed but acknowledged the wisdom of this approach. The Dursleys had greeted his return with thinly veiled hostility tempered by lingering fear of his abnormality. Uncle Vernon had immediately confiscated Harry's school trunk and magical possessions, locking them in the cupboard under the stairs with a triumphant smirk. What Vernon didn't know was that Harry, anticipating this reaction, had prepared in advance. His invisibility cloak remained hidden beneath a loose floorboard in his bedroom. Several essential books had been shrunk and concealed in his pockets. And most importantly, his wand was secured in the forearm holster Charles had insisted upon, charmed to be invisible to Muggle eyes. The restriction on underage magic prevented Harry from casting spells openly, but his ancestors had taught him to maintain a low-level connection to his magical core that kept his wandless abilities accessible without triggering ministry detection. It wasn't enough for complex spell work, but it ensured he wasn't completely defenseless. Harry returned to weeding the garden with practiced efficiency, his mind still processing the occlumency lesson. The past month at Privet Drive had established a productive routine, mornings spent on physical conditioning with Charles, afternoons dedicated to magical theory and mental disciplines, evenings practicing controlled wandless magic in the privacy of his bedroom. The absence of letters from his friends had been the summer's only significant disappointment. Despite promises to write, neither Ron nor Hermione had sent so much as a note. Harry had dispatched Hedwig with messages multiple times, but his faithful Owl always returned with her leg empty. Something's not right, he'd told his ancestors after the third failed attempt. They wouldn't both forget to write. Agreed, James had said, frowning. Someone could be intercepting your mail. But who would do that? And why? The question remained unanswered, adding to Harry's eagerness for the coming weekend. Professor McGonagall might have information about his friends or insight into the mail mystery. Harry finished the weeding and retreated to his room as the evening cooled the stifling air. Dudley's television blared downstairs, punctuated by Aunt Petunia's shrill laughter at some program or another. Uncle Vernon had not yet returned from work. These evening hours, when the Dursleys were distracted by their own routines, provided Harry's best opportunity for magical practice. "Let's continue with silent casting," Lily suggested, appearing beside his bed. "You've mastered the theory, but the practical application needs refinement." Harry nodded, carefully drawing his wand from its holster. Silent casting, performing spells without speaking the incantation aloud, was typically taught to sixth-year students at Hogwarts, but his ancestors insisted it was an essential skill for combat situations. "Intent and visualization are the keys," Lily reminded him. "The incantation is merely a focusing tool. Your magic responds to your will, not your words." Harry concentrated on his wand tip, visualizing light gathering there while mentally forming the intent that would normally be channeled through the spoken word lumos. A faint glow appeared, flickered, then strengthened to a steady illumination. "Good," James approved. "Now maintain it while shifting your focus to a secondary spell." This was the challenging part, holding one spell while casting another, something few adult wizards mastered. Harry kept the light stable while turning his attention to a quill on his desk, visualizing it rising into the air. The quill twitched, rose an inch, then clattered back down as the wand light dimmed. "You're dividing your magic too evenly," Fleamont observed. "The established spell needs just a trickle of continuous power, while the new cast requires a concentrated burst." Harry tried again, this time imagining his magic as a river with a small, steady stream diverted to maintain the light while the main flow powered the levitation. The quill rose smoothly into the air, hovering at eye level while the wand light remained constant. Excellent. Lily beamed. That's Newt-level control, Harry. We'll make a proper battle mage of you yet, Charles added with gruff pride. Harry maintained the dual casting for another minute before carefully releasing both spells, feeling the familiar pleasant fatigue that accompanied magical exertion. He was about to attempt a more complex combination when a sharp crack outside his window startled him. Harry spun toward the sound, wand raised defensively as his ancestors shifted to alert positions around him. Outside on the garden branch that nearly touched his window perched the strangest creature Harry had ever seen. About 3 feet tall with bat-like ears, bulging green eyes, and wearing what appeared to be a pillowcase, it stared at him with an expression of awe. "What in Merlin's name is that?" Harry whispered. "A house elf," Doria replied. "But not one bound to the Potter family. I don't recognize it." The house elf tapped on the window hesitantly. After a moment's consideration, Harry opened it, keeping his wand ready but not directly pointed at the creature. "Harry Potter," the elf squeaked as it clambered inside, bowing so low its long nose touched the carpet. "Such an honor it is, sir." "Thank you," Harry said cautiously. "Who are you, and why are you in my bedroom?" "I is Dobby, sir." "Dobby the house elf." The creature twisted its pillowcase nervously. "Dobby has come to tell you, it is difficult, sir. Dobby wonders where to begin." "Why don't you sit down?" Harry suggested, gesturing to the bed. This apparently was exactly the wrong thing to say. Dobby burst into noisy tears, wailing about being treated as an equal by the great Harry Potter. "Shoo!" Harry hissed, alarmed at the volume. "The Dursleys will hear you." "Offer him a compromise," Lily advised. "House elves have strict codes of conduct." Harry quickly suggested that Dobby stand comfortably instead, which calmed the emotional creature somewhat. Through a disjointed, self-punishing conversation, Harry gradually extracted the reason for Dobby's visit. The elf had come to warn him not to return to Hogwarts, as terrible danger awaited him there. "What danger?" Harry pressed. "Does this have something to do with Voldemort?" Dobby flinched at the name but shook his head. "Not he who must not be named, sir, not directly." "Then what?" "Dobby, I need to know what I'm facing." The house elf moaned miserably, clearly caught between his desire to warn Harry and some binding that prevented him from speaking freely. "He's magically constrained," Fleamont observed. "Probably forbidden from betraying his family's secrets." "Ask indirect questions," Doria suggested. "Work around the constraints." Harry changed tactics. "Is someone planning to make something happen at Hogwarts? Something dangerous?" Dobby nodded vigorously, ears flapping. "Who is behind it? Can you tell me that?" The elf grabbed Harry's desk lamp and began beating himself over the head. Harry hastily intervened, taking the lamp away. "Okay, you can't tell me who. Is it a current Hogwarts student?" Dobby shook his head. "A teacher?" Another head shake. "Someone from outside the school, then?" A nod, followed by more ear-tugging distress. Through this painful process of elimination, Harry established that someone was plotting to unleash some terrible threat at Hogwarts, that it had happened before in the distant past, and that it wasn't directly connected to Voldemort though presumably aligned with his interests. "There's something else," Harry realized suddenly. "My friends haven't written to me all summer. Have you been stopping my letters?" Dobby shifted guiltily and slowly withdrew a thick wad of envelopes from inside his pillowcase. Dobby thought if Harry Potter believed his friends had forgotten him, Harry Potter might not want to go back to school. "Give me those," Harry said, anger flaring. "Those are mine." Not until Harry Potter promises not to return to Hogwarts. What followed was a disastrous confrontation. Dobby escaped from the bedroom, levitated Aunt Petunia's elaborate pudding in the kitchen, and crashed it to the floor just as the Dursleys were entertaining an important business client. Worse, an owl arrived immediately afterward with an official warning from the Ministry of Magic for performing magic in front of Muggles, seemingly confirming Vernon's worst suspicions about Harry's abnormality. By midnight, Harry's bedroom window sported brand new bars, his door had multiple locks installed, and a cat flap had been added for pushing through meager meals. Hedwig's cage was padlocked, and Vernon had promised Harry wouldn't be returning to that freak school ever again. "This complicates matters," Charles said dryly as Harry sat on his bed, surrounded by his concerned ancestors. "They can't keep you from Hogwarts," James insisted. "Dumbledore wouldn't allow it." "McGonagall is coming in 3 days," Lily added. "When you don't appear for the manor visit, she'll investigate." Harry nodded, though the confinement still chafed. "I'm more concerned about what Dobby said. Something dangerous planned for Hogwarts, something that's happened before." "The reference to history is significant," Hardwin mused. "Hogwarts has experienced many dark events over the centuries, but few that would align with the present-day ambitions of Voldemort's supporters." "We should review the grimoire when we reach Potter Manor," Fleamont suggested. "Our family records might contain references that the mainstream histories omit." Harry spent the next 2 days in captivity, permitted to leave his room only for bathroom breaks under strict supervision. The Dursleys pushed unappetizing food through the cat flap at irregular intervals. Hedwig grew increasingly restless in her locked cage, and Harry worried about her health without proper exercise. On the 3rd night of his imprisonment, Harry was awakened by an unusual noise outside his window. He sat up, reaching automatically for his wand. "Look," James said, indicating the window where a most unexpected sight greeted them. An old turquoise car was hovering outside, and grinning at Harry through the open window was Ron Weasley. "Ron!" Harry gasped, rushing to the barred window. "How did you, what the?" Fred and George Weasley were in the front seats, with Ron leaning out from the back. "All right, Harry?" George called quietly. "What's been going on?" Ron asked. "Why haven't you been answering my letters? I've asked you to stay about 12 times, and then Dad came home and said you'd gotten an official warning for using magic in front of Muggles." "It wasn't me," Harry explained quickly. "And I haven't been getting your letters. Someone's been stopping them." "Someone? Who would?" "No time for that now," Fred interrupted. "We're here to rescue you. Stand back." The rescue operation proceeded with surprising efficiency. Fred attached a rope to the window bars, and the car's power pulled them clean out of the frame. George and Ron helped Harry collect his trunk and Hedwig's cage from the locked cupboard downstairs using a hairpin to pick the locks. "No magic necessary," Fred boasted, "Muggle tricks are dead useful." And soon Harry and his belongings were safely loaded into the flying car. As they soared away from Privet Drive, Harry felt a weight lift from his shoulders. His ancestors were unusually quiet during the escape, materializing in the cramped back seat once they were safely airborne. "Quite the cavalry," James commented with approval, examining the enchanted car. "Arthur Weasley's handiwork, I'd wager. He always had a knack for charming Muggle artifacts." "This solves the immediate problem," Doria noted, "but creates a new complication for the Potter Manor visit." Harry hadn't considered that. "I'll need to contact Professor McGonagall," he realized, turning to Ron. "I was supposed to meet her tomorrow for a visit to my family home." "Blimey, I didn't know you had a family house," Ron exclaimed. "Mum can help sort it out when we get to the burrow." "That's our house," he added. "It's not much, but there's room for you." The burrow proved to be the most wonderful house Harry had ever seen. Though modest and ramshackle from the outside, it vibrated with magic and the unmistakable warmth of a loving home. 5 stories tall and so crooked it had to be held up by magic, it stood in a large yard with a stone pigpen, a chicken coop, and a garage that had once been a stable. "It's brilliant," Harry said honestly as they landed in the pre-dawn light. The reception wasn't quite what the boys had expected. Mrs. Weasley came marching across the yard like a saber-toothed tiger, furious about the unauthorized nighttime rescue mission. Her anger, however, melted instantly when she turned to Harry. "I'm very pleased to see you, Harry dear," she said warmly. "Come in and have some breakfast." The Weasley kitchen was small and rather cramped, but Harry found it absolutely perfect. He sat at the scrubbed wooden table as Mrs. Weasley piled 8 or 9 sausages onto his plate, his ancestors exploring the magical household with evident delight. "Fascinating enchantments," Fleamont observed, examining the family clock that showed the whereabouts of each family member rather than the time. "Some of these are quite innovative. Look at the knitting in the corner," Lily added. "Self-knitting needles with an impressively complex charm matrix." Harry wished he could share their observations as he answered Mrs. Weasley's concerned questions about his treatment at the Dursleys. Her horror at the bars on his window and meager feeding made him slightly uncomfortable, but her motherly fussing warmed something deep inside him. After breakfast, Harry pulled Ron aside. "I need to send an urgent message to Professor McGonagall about tomorrow. Can I borrow Errol?" He glanced at the elderly family owl, who looked barely capable of local deliveries. "Use Percy's owl, Hermes," Ron suggested. "He's faster and more reliable." "I'll ask him, Percy, not the owl." Percy Weasley, the third eldest brother whom Harry recognized from Hogwarts, agreed to lend his owl after Harry explained the situation. Together, they composed a note to McGonagall explaining Harry's change in circumstances and asking whether the manor visit could proceed from the Burrow instead of Privet Drive. Hermes returned remarkably quickly with McGonagall's response: "Mr. Potter, I am relieved to hear you are safe with the Weasley family, though I must express disapproval at the manner of your relocation. The incident with underage magic is being investigated, and Headmaster Dumbledore has already contacted the Ministry regarding the circumstances. Regarding our scheduled visit to Potter Manor, I will arrive at the Burrow tomorrow at 10 o'clock to escort you as planned. Please be ready promptly. Yours sincerely, Professor M. McGonagall." "Brilliant," Harry said, showing Ron the note. "She's still taking me tomorrow. Can I come?" Ron asked eagerly. "I've never seen an old family manor before." Harry hesitated, looking to his ancestors for guidance. "Would that be appropriate?" he asked quietly when Ron stepped away momentarily. "Family manors are traditionally private," Fleamont explained. "The wards are calibrated for Potter blood, and while they would admit a guest in your company, it's customary to visit alone for a first return. Besides," James added, "there may be sensitive family materials we'll want to show you without witnesses." When Ron returned, Harry explained as gently as possible that this first visit needed to be private. "It's not that I don't want you there," he assured his friend, who looked momentarily disappointed. "It's just, there might be personal family things I need to handle." "No, I get it," Ron said, recovering quickly. "If it were my family's place, I'd feel the same. You can tell me all about it afterward." The rest of the day passed pleasantly as Ron showed Harry around the Burrow and its grounds. They degnomed the garden under Mrs. Weasley's supervision, played two-a-side Quidditch in the paddock with Fred and George, and enjoyed a delicious home-cooked dinner with the entire Weasley clan, minus the 2 eldest brothers, Bill and Charlie, who lived abroad. Mr. Weasley was particularly fascinated to meet Harry, peppering him with questions about Muggle life that revealed both his enthusiastic interest in non-magical society and his comical misunderstandings of it. "What exactly is the function of a rubber duck?" he asked earnestly at one point, to everyone's amusement. That night, as Harry settled into the camp bed in Ron's violently orange Chudley Cannons-themed bedroom, his ancestors gathered to prepare him for the next day's visit. "Potter Manor has been sealed since your grandparents' deaths," Fleamont explained. "The wards will recognize you as the heir, but they might react energetically to your first visit." "What does that mean exactly?" Harry asked nervously. "Nothing dangerous," Euphemia assured him. "But the family magic will likely respond to your presence. You might feel a sensation like being examined or evaluated. The grimoire is our priority, Charles said. It's kept in the main study behind a blood-locked cabinet. Only a Potter can open it. And the contents? Harry asked. Family spells, James replied. Magical discoveries passed down through generations. Some defensive, some healing, some more specialized. Not all of it would be considered strictly acceptable by modern ministry standards. You mean dark magic? Harry asked cautiously. Magic itself isn't dark or light, Doria reminded him. Intent matters more than classification. But yes, some grimoire entries explore magical areas the ministry now restricts. Our family has always believed in understanding all forms of magic to better defend against them. There's something else, Lily added softly. Something we haven't had the chance to properly explain yet. About your father's invisibility cloak and its significance. Harry sat up straighter. The ancient Potter mentioned something about Hallows when I received it at Christmas. James nodded. It's a complicated story, tied to the tale of the three brothers from Wizarding Children's Stories. The full explanation should wait until we're at the manor, where we can show you the relevant family records. Harry barely slept that night, too excited about finally seeing his ancestral home. He rose early, dressed in the best clothes he had available, which, being Dudley's hand-me-downs, weren't particularly impressive, and went downstairs to find Mrs. Weasley already preparing breakfast. Good morning, dear, she greeted him warmly. Excited about your visit today? Very, Harry admitted. I've never seen my family's home before. Mrs. Weasley's expression softened with sympathy. It's important to connect with your heritage. I've made you a special breakfast to start the day properly. The special breakfast turned out to be a full English fry-up that could have fed 3 people. Harry did his best to appreciate it, though his stomach was too knotted with anticipation to eat much. At precisely 10 o'clock, the fireplace flared green and Professor McGonagall stepped out, brushing a speck of soot from her immaculate emerald robes. Good morning, Mr. Potter, Molly, she greeted them. Are you prepared for our visit? Yes, Professor, Harry replied eagerly. McGonagall's stern expression softened slightly. This is an important day for you. Potter Manor has been in your family for 12 generations. She produced a small silver pocket watch. This portkey will transport us directly to the manor grounds. The wards won't admit outside magical transportation methods to the house itself. Harry said goodbye to the Weasleys, promising to return by evening, and took hold of the pocket watch alongside Professor McGonagall. She tapped it with her wand and said clearly, Potterus Domum. The familiar, unpleasant sensation of magical transportation seized Harry, though less violent than apparition, it still felt like being hooked behind the navel and flung through a whirlwind. When his feet touched solid ground again, he opened his eyes to a breathtaking sight. Before him stood Potter Manor, grand yet welcoming against the backdrop of rolling Welsh hills. 3 stories of golden stone with ivy climbing the walls, wide windows reflecting the morning sunlight, and a slate roof topped with several chimneys. The ground stretched in all directions, formal gardens to one side, a Quidditch pitch visible in the distance, and ancient oak trees framing the gravel drive that led to impressive wrought iron gates bearing the Potter family crest. It's home, James said softly beside Harry, materializing with Lily at his side. The other ancestors appeared around them, all gazing at the manor with expressions ranging from nostalgia to reverence. Welcome to Potter Manor, Mr. Potter, McGonagall said. Shall we proceed to the gates? As they approached, Harry felt a tingling sensation wash over him, like gentle fingers examining his magical signature. The gates, which had appeared locked, swung open silently at their approach. The wards recognize you, Fleamont confirmed. They acknowledge you as the heir. The walk up the gravel drive seemed both impossibly long and over too quickly. At the massive oak front doors, McGonagall stepped back. This part you must do alone, Mr. Potter. Place your hand on the door and state your name and claim. Harry looked to his ancestors, who nodded encouragement. He stepped forward, placed his palm flat against the ancient wood, and said clearly, "I am Harry James Potter, son of James and Lily, heir to House Potter. I claim my birthright and request entrance." For a moment, nothing happened. Then a warm golden light spread from beneath his palm, running in intricate patterns across the door's surface. The light intensified, enveloping Harry completely, and he felt something ancient and powerful examining him, not just his blood or magic, but his intentions, his character, the very essence of who he was. "The family magic," Hardwin whispered. "It's judging your worthiness." After what seemed an eternity but was likely only seconds, the golden light flared brilliantly, then receded. The doors swung open silently, revealing the entrance hall beyond. "Congratulations, Mr. Potter," McGonagall said, sounding genuinely impressed. "The family magic has accepted you without reservation. That's uncommon for one so young, especially after the manor has been sealed for so long." Harry stepped across the threshold, momentarily overwhelmed by the significance of the moment. The entrance hall was spacious and elegant, marble floors, wood-paneled walls adorned with portraits, a grand staircase curving up to the higher floors. Everything was immaculately preserved despite years of vacancy, protected by magic that kept dust and decay at bay. The portraits, he noticed immediately, were moving like wizard photographs, and many of their subjects bore striking resemblances to his ancestral guides. An elderly wizard who could only be Fleamont gazed down at him from above the fireplace, while a stern-faced woman with Doria's aristocratic features watched from near the staircase. "They won't fully activate until you claim the manor officially at 17, Fleamont explained, noticing Harry's interest in the portraits. "For now, they're semi-conscious, like wizard portraits elsewhere." "Where should we begin, Mr. Potter?" McGonagall asked. "I can give you a general tour, or we can focus on specific areas of interest." "The study first, please," Harry said, following Charles's whispered direction. "I'd like to see my family's private papers." McGonagall nodded and led him through the ground floor to a handsome oak-paneled room lined with bookshelves. A massive desk dominated one end, while comfortable leather chairs surrounded a fireplace at the other. The walls held more portraits, interspersed with magical maps and astronomical charts. "I'll leave you to explore in privacy," McGonagall said. "Family documents often have enchantments that respond only to blood relatives. I'll be in the morning room when you're ready to continue the tour." Once alone, Harry turned to his ancestors expectantly. "Where's the grimoire?" Charles pointed to what appeared to be an ordinary bookshelf. "Behind that panel. Press the third shelf, fourth book from the right, then the first shelf, second book from the left in sequence." Harry followed these instructions, and the bookshelf silently slid aside to reveal a hidden cabinet. A small crystal orb embedded in the cabinet door glowed faintly red. "Blood lock," James explained. "Place your palm against the crystal." Harry pressed his hand to the cool surface. A brief sharp pain pricked his palm, drawing a drop of blood that the crystal absorbed immediately. The glow changed from red to gold, and the cabinet door swung open. Inside lay a massive tome bound in what looked like dragon hide, emblazoned with the Potter family crest in gold. Beside it sat several smaller volumes, a collection of sealed scrolls, and a wooden box inlaid with silver runes. "The Potter family grimoire," Fleamont said reverently. "Begun by Linfred of Stinchcombe in the 12th century and maintained by every Potter since." Harry carefully lifted the grimoire and carried it to the desk. When he opened it, he gasped at the sight of text appearing on previously blank pages, words forming before his eyes in elegant script. "It responds to the current heir," Hardwin explained. "Showing only what you're ready to comprehend." The first pages contained family history, the founding of the Potter line by Linfred, the Potterer, an eccentric wizard known for his magical innovations and healing potions. Subsequent entries chronicled major family events, magical discoveries, and alliances with other houses. Harry skimmed these, making mental notes to return for proper study later. Look for information about Hogwarts, Doria suggested. Given Dobby's warning about a danger that has happened before, we should focus on family records of school incidents. Harry flipped through the grimoire, watching as sections appeared or remained blank based on some inscrutable judgment of his readiness. Eventually, he found entries detailing various Potter's experiences at Hogwarts across the centuries. Most were mundane, academic achievements, Quidditch victories, prefect appointments, but one entry from the 1940s caught his attention. "Here," he said, pointing to a page written in his grandfather's hand. Fleamont Potter, 1943, school year interrupted by tragic events. Chamber opened, Muggle-born girl killed. School nearly closed until groundskeepers pet accused. Suspicious circumstances, but no proof to counter official narrative. The chamber, Fleamont confirmed grimly. "I suspected as much from the house elf's warning." "What chamber?" Harry asked. "What happened?" "The Chamber of Secrets," Hardwin explained. According to legend, Salazar Slytherin built a hidden chamber within Hogwarts before departing the school. Supposedly, it contains a monster that only his true heir can control, intended to purge the school of those Slytherin deemed unworthy to study magic. Muggleborns, Harry realized, thinking of Hermione with a chill. It was considered a myth for centuries, Fleamont continued. Until 1943, when a series of attacks culminated in a student's death. The chamber was never actually found, but a student was expelled for allegedly keeping a dangerous creature that caused the death accidentally. "You didn't believe that explanation," Harry noted, reading between the lines of the grimoire entry. "No," Fleamont admitted. "The timing was suspicious, the evidence circumstantial at best. But the attack stopped, so the matter was considered closed." "Who was expelled?" Harry asked. The spectral Potters exchanged significant looks. "Rubius Hagrid," James finally answered. "Though we've always doubted his guilt." "Hagrid?" Harry was stunned. "But he'd never hurt anyone." "We agree," Lily said quickly. "But he was framed effectively, and as a half-giant with a known fondness for dangerous creatures, he made an easy scapegoat." "If the chamber is being opened again," Charles said gravely, "we're dealing with Slytherin's heir or someone who has discovered how to access and control the chamber in a similar way." Harry considered this information thoughtfully. Dobby said it wasn't directly connected to Voldemort but aligned with his interests. "So possibly a follower or family member?" "It's a logical assumption," Doria agreed. "Voldemort's ideology certainly aligns with Slytherin's reputed views on blood purity." "We should copy this information," Harry decided. "And look for anything else about the chamber or similar Hogwarts dangers." He spent the next hour carefully transcribing relevant entries from the grimoire into a notebook McGonagall had permitted him to bring. The grimoire revealed several other useful pieces of information. A Potter who had researched the chamber in the 1800s theorized the monster was likely a basilisk, based on Slytherin's affinity for serpents and the creature's lethal abilities. Another entry suggested the entrance might be connected to plumbing added in the 18th century, replacing an earlier access point. "This is invaluable," Harry said, closing the grimoire after finishing his notes. "If someone is planning to open the chamber again, at least I'll have some idea what to expect." "There's more to examine while we're here," James reminded him, gesturing to the wooden box inlaid with silver runes. "That contains information about the Hallows." Harry carefully opened the box to find several ancient parchments and a small, leather-bound book titled The Peverell Legacy. The oldest Potter ancestor materialized fully now, his spectral form more defined than usual. "Three brothers of the Peverell line," he intoned in his archaic speech, "did once cheat death himself, who in his anger and admiration granted each a gift of power. To Antioch, the eldest, a wand undefeatable in proper hands. To Cadmus, the middle brother, a stone to recall the dead from beyond the veil. To Ignotus, the youngest and wisest, a cloak of perfect concealment, even from death's own gaze. These are the Deathly Hallows, Hardwin continued as Harry examined illustrations in the book showing a wand, a stone, and a cloak. Legendary magical artifacts of immense power. The tale became a children's story over centuries, but the objects themselves are quite real. Your invisibility cloak, Fleamont said, is the third Hallow, passed down from Ignotus Peverell, who was your direct ancestor, to each Potter heir in turn. Unlike ordinary invisibility cloaks, it has never faded or torn in all the centuries since its creation. Harry's mind reeled at the implications. So my cloak is Death's own cloak? From the story? Whether it was literally given by a personified death is debatable, Doria said practically. But its origin is undoubtedly ancient and its magic unlike any other known invisibility enchantment. According to family legend, James added, those who unite all three Hallows would become the Master of Death, though interpretations of what that means vary widely. Why are you telling me this now? Harry asked. Because knowledge of the Hallows has attracted dangerous attention throughout history, Charles explained. Your cloak's true nature should be protected. Let others believe it's merely an exceptional invisibility cloak, not a legendary artifact. And, Lily added gently, because Dumbledore has shown particular interest in your cloak. He borrowed it from James shortly before our deaths, then returned it to you as a gift. His motives may be benign, but caution is warranted. Harry absorbed this information thoughtfully as he carefully packed away his notes. The visit to Potter Manor had provided more questions than answers, but he felt better equipped to face whatever challenges awaited at Hogwarts. After restoring the grimoire and Hallows documents to their hidden cabinet, Harry rejoined Professor McGonagall for a tour of the rest of the mansion. She showed him the formal dining room with its enchanted ceiling reminiscent of Hogwarts' Great Hall, the ballroom where generations of Potters had hosted society events, the extensive library containing thousands of rare magical texts, the potions laboratory Fleamont had used to develop Sleekeazy's hair potion, and finally, the family wing with its comfortable living spaces and bedrooms. In his father's preserved childhood bedroom, Harry found himself overwhelmed with emotion. Quidditch posters covered the walls, magical photographs showed a teenage James with his friends, and bookshelves held a mixture of academic texts and wizarding comics. Your father was an exceptional student, McGonagall said softly, noticing Harry's emotional response. Brilliant but mischievous. Your mother balanced him perfectly, equally brilliant but with a more disciplined approach to rules. I wish I had known them, Harry said, the words inadequate for the complex emotions swirling within him. They would be immensely proud of you, Mr. Potter, McGonagall assured him, her usually stern demeanor softening momentarily. Of that, I have no doubt. If only you knew how right you are, Harry thought, feeling his parents' spectral presence beside him. The final stop on their tour was the family vault, not the Gringotts vault containing gold, but a secure room within the manor housing heirlooms, jewelry, and personal items too precious to be kept elsewhere. Here, Harry found his mother's jewelry collection, magical artifacts from distant Potter ancestors, and a collection of family wands preserved after their owner's passing. You may take a few personal items today, McGonagall informed him. The rest will remain protected until you come of age or establish permanent residence here. After careful consideration and whispered advice from his ancestors, Harry selected several items, a Potter signet ring that would identify him as the heir without activating the full lordship magics he couldn't claim until 17, a silver pendant containing a protection charm created by his mother, a small collection of family photographs, and most significantly, his parents' wands. These wands won't work properly for you, McGonagall cautioned as he carefully placed James and Lily's wands in a protective case. But it's traditional for heirs to preserve family wands. I just want to have something of theirs, Harry explained, not mentioning that his ancestors had other reasons for wanting him to possess the wands. In emergencies, a blood relative could channel limited magic through an ancestral wand, not as effectively as a matched wand, but potentially useful in dire situations. As evening approached, Harry found himself reluctant to leave. The manor felt right in a way no place ever had, even Hogwarts, which he loved dearly, didn't carry this bone-deep sense of belonging. "You'll return," Fleamont promised, sensing his thoughts. "This house has waited for you for 11 years. It can wait a little longer. Can I come back during Christmas holidays?" Harry asked McGonagall as they prepared to depart. "I believe that could be arranged," she said. "With proper supervision, of course." They used the port key to return directly to the Burrow, where Mrs. Weasley was waiting with dinner and eager questions about Harry's ancestral home. Harry shared carefully edited highlights of his visit, mindful of family secrets while conveying his genuine enthusiasm for the manor. That night, as Ron slept soundly in the bed across the room, Harry examined his new treasures by wand light. The Potter signet ring felt warm and right on his finger, the protection pendant hummed with subtle magic against his chest, and his parents' wands, his father's mahogany, his mother's willow, seemed to recognize him, sparking gently when he touched them. "Today was just the beginning," James said as the ancestral Potters gathered around Harry's bed. "You've claimed your heritage, but there's much more to learn and recover. And new dangers to prepare for," Charles added soberly. "If the Chamber of Secrets is indeed being opened again, Hogwarts may become a battlefield." "We'll be ready," Harry said with quiet determination, his hand closing around his mother's protection pendant. Together. The remainder of Harry's summer at the Burrow passed in a blur of Quidditch games, delicious meals, and the joyful chaos of a house full of magical children. He received a letter from Hermione expressing delight that he was safe with the Weasleys and confirming she would meet them in Diagon Alley to purchase school supplies before term began. On the appointed day, the Weasley family and Harry gathered around the kitchen fireplace to travel by Floo powder, a magical transportation method using the Floo network that connected wizarding fireplaces. Harry, who had never traveled this way before, listened carefully to Mr. Weasley's instructions. "Speak very clearly, dear," Mrs. Weasley advised as Harry took a pinch of glittering powder. "And keep your elbows tucked in." Despite his best efforts, Harry's first Floo experience went awry. He choked on ash, stumbled over his words, and ended up tumbling out of a fireplace in a dingy shop filled with sinister-looking magical objects, definitely not the cheerful Diagon Alley destination he'd intended. Borgin and Burke's, Doria identified immediately. An establishment in Nocturne Alley specializing in dark artifacts. Not somewhere you want to be recognized, Harry. Before Harry could retreat, voices approached from the shop's rear. He quickly concealed himself inside a large black cabinet, leaving it open just a crack to see who entered. To his shock, Draco Malfoy and a tall man who could only be his father strode into view, engaged in conversation with the shop's oily proprietor. "Don't touch anything, Draco," Mr. Malfoy commanded, examining various dark artifacts with obvious familiarity. What followed was an enlightening eavesdropping session. Harry learned that the Malfoys were selling certain items that might embarrass them if the Ministry conducted raids on wizarding homes. Apparently, Mr. Weasley was behind new legislation targeting dark artifacts disguised as innocent Muggle objects. More disturbingly, Lucius Malfoy mentioned other plans involving Hogwarts that made Draco smirk knowingly. "That confirms it," James muttered as Harry carefully extricated himself from the cabinet after the Malfoys moved deeper into the shop. "The Malfoys are involved in whatever's happening at Hogwarts this year." Harry slipped out of the shop and found himself in Nocturne Alley, a narrow, twisted street devoted to the dark arts. He was attempting to find his way back to Diagon Alley when a familiar voice boomed, "Harry. What d'ya think you're doing down there?" Hagrid's massive figure loomed above him, face furrowed in concern beneath his wild beard. The Hogwarts gamekeeper escorted Harry back to the main shopping district, where they found a frantic Mrs. Weasley and relieved Hermione. After explanations and reunions, the expanded group headed to Gringotts. Harry, who had already accessed his vault during the summer, waited in the lobby while the Weasleys visited their family vault and Hermione exchanged Muggle money for wizarding currency. He couldn't help noticing the stark contrast between the Weasleys' nearly empty vault and his own abundant trust fund, feeling a wave of discomfort at the disparity. Their shopping proceeded efficiently until they reached Flourish and Blots, where a large crowd had gathered for a book signing by Gilderoy Lockhart, author of the entire second-year Defense Against the Dark Arts reading list. The flamboyant wizard, resplendent in forget-me-not blue robes, was autographing copies of his autobiography when he spotted Harry in the crowd. "It can't be Harry Potter," he exclaimed, lunging forward to seize Harry's arm and pull him to the front. Before Harry could protest, he found himself trapped in a side-along photograph with Lockhart, who announced to the assembled press that he would be taking up the Defense Against the Dark Arts post at Hogwarts. "A complimentary set of my books for young Harry here," Lockhart proclaimed, loading Harry's arms with the complete set. As soon as he could escape, Harry dumped the books into Ginny Weasley's cauldron. "You have these," he told her. "I'll buy my own." Their exit from the bookshop was blocked by a confrontation between Arthur Weasley and Lucius Malfoy, who had entered with Draco and immediately began making disparaging comments about the Weasleys' financial circumstances. The exchange escalated quickly, culminating in a physical brawl that sent book displays toppling before Hagrid intervened to separate them. During the chaos, Harry noticed something odd. Lucius had taken one of Ginny's second-hand books, examined it contemptuously, then returned it to her cauldron. The motion seemed deliberately casual yet precisely executed. "Did you see that?" he whispered to his ancestors as they left the shop. "He slipped something into her book," Doria confirmed. "That was no accidental gesture." "We need to check her cauldron before you return to Hogwarts," James advised. "Whatever Malfoy planted could be dangerous." Unfortunately, in the aftermath of the bookshop brawl and subsequent shopping, Harry found no opportunity to examine Ginny's books without raising suspicion. By the time they returned to the Burrow, her school supplies had been packed away in her room. "We'll have to address it at Hogwarts," Lily said worriedly. "Keep an eye on Ginny when term begins. Any unusual behavior could indicate a cursed object." The final week of summer passed quickly. Harry's attempts to casually inquire about Ginny's school books were met with shy blushing and hasty retreats. The youngest Weasley seemed incapable of speaking in his presence, which made investigating Malfoy's mysterious action impossible. The morning of September 1st brought the usual chaotic departure from the Burrow. Despite leaving with plenty of time, various forgotten items and last-minute delays meant they reached King's Cross Station with barely 10 minutes to spare. The Weasley parents led Percy, Fred, and George through the barrier to platform 9 3/4 first, leaving Harry and Ron to follow with Ginny. But when Harry pushed his trolley toward the seemingly solid barrier, the expected passage didn't occur. Instead, his trolley crashed spectacularly into solid brick, causing a scene that attracted unwanted Muggle attention. Multiple attempts confirmed the terrible truth: the gateway had sealed itself somehow, stranding Harry and Ron on the Muggle side while the Hogwarts Express departed without them. "What do we do now?" Ron asked frantically. "My parents can't get back through to us." "We wait for them to return another way," Harry said reasonably. "They'll realize what's happened and come find us." Ron, however, had already fixated on an alternative solution. "The car. We can take Dad's car and fly to Hogwarts." "That's a terrible idea," Harry objected, his ancestors vehemently agreeing in his ear. "We'd be seen by Muggles, break about 50 wizarding laws, and probably get expelled. But what if my parents can't get back? What if we're stuck here for hours and miss the start of term?" Despite Harry's continued objections, Ron's panic proved persuasive. Within 20 minutes, they were airborne in Mr. Weasley's enchanted Ford Anglia, invisible to Muggle eyes, though the invisibility booster proved unreliable, and following the Hogwarts Express northward. "This is going to end badly," Fleamont predicted as they soared over the English countryside. "Magical transportation methods don't simply malfunction without cause." "Someone sealed the barrier deliberately," Charles agreed. "The question is who, and why target you specifically?" The answer came to Harry suddenly. "Dobby. The house elf who tried to stop me returning to Hogwarts. He must have blocked the barrier to prevent me getting on the train." The journey to Hogwarts proved as disastrous as his ancestors had predicted. The invisibility booster failed completely as twilight fell. The car's engine began to whine protestingly as they approached Scotland. And their landing, if one could dignify the spectacular crash into the Whomping Willow with such a term, destroyed the car entirely before it ejected them and their belongings and drove itself, dented and smoking, into the forbidden forest. If the goal was to arrive unnoticed, I believe we've failed spectacularly, Doria observed dryly as Harry and Ron dragged their battered trunks up to the castle, only to be intercepted immediately by Professor Snape at his most malevolently gleeful. The ensuing disciplinary meeting with Professors McGonagall and Snape, featuring the latter's enthusiastic advocacy for their immediate expulsion, resulted in detention rather than the more severe punishment Harry had feared. By the time they joined the feast in the Great Hall, enduring curious stares and whispered rumors about their dramatic arrival, Harry felt they'd gotten off lightly. "You were lucky," Hermione scolded when they explained what had happened. "You could have been killed or expelled." "It wasn't intentional," Harry defended. "Something, or someone, blocked the barrier." "That house elf again?" she asked skeptically. "The one who stole your letters?" "It seems far-fetched, Harry." Harry couldn't explain his certainty without revealing his ancestral advisors, so he simply shrugged and turned his attention to the sorting ceremony's conclusion. Ginny was sorted into Gryffindor, joining her brothers at their table with a shy glance toward Harry that made Ron roll his eyes. The start-of-term announcements introduced Gilderoy Lockhart as the new defense against the dark arts professor, prompting enthusiastic applause from the female students and staff. Harry noted with concern that Lockhart seemed even more self-absorbed than he'd appeared in the bookshop, his speech focusing primarily on his own accomplishments rather than the subject he would teach. "This doesn't bode well for your defense education," Charles commented disapprovingly. "The man's entire demeanor suggests showmanship rather than practical experience." "We'll need to intensify your independent study in that area," James agreed. "Especially with the chamber threat looming." Harry's first week of classes confirmed his ancestors' assessment of Lockhart. The new professor began by administering a quiz about himself, 54 questions about his favorite color, secret ambitions, and greatest achievements, followed by a disastrous practical lesson involving freshly caught Cornish pixies that Lockhart proved completely incapable of controlling. "That man has never faced a genuine magical threat in his life," Doria declared after observing Lockhart flee the classroom, leaving Harry, Ron, and Hermione to recapture the destructive pixies. "His supposed accomplishments are either grossly exaggerated or outright fabricated." More concerning than Lockhart's incompetence was Ginny Weasley's behavior. Harry had expected the shy first year to gradually acclimate to Hogwarts, but instead, she seemed to grow more withdrawn and pale as the days passed. He noticed her writing constantly in a small black book, presumably a diary, and jumping nervously whenever anyone approached her unexpectedly. "That book," Lily said thoughtfully after one such observation. "Could it be what Lucius Malfoy slipped into her cauldron at Flourish and Blots?" "We need to get a closer look," James agreed. "If it's a dark artifact, it could explain her deteriorating condition." The opportunity came during a particularly unpleasant detention Harry served with Lockhart, answering his fan mail until nearly midnight. Walking back to Gryffindor Tower alone, Harry heard a chilling voice that no one else seemed to notice. Come to me, let me rip you, let me tear you, let me kill you." The voice moved through the walls, heading upward through the castle. Harry followed instinctively, his ancestors materializing around him with expressions of alarm. "You hear Parseltongue," Doria realized, her spectral form keeping pace. "The language of serpents. That confirms our theory, Slytherin's monster is a basilisk." "I'm hearing a snake?" Harry asked, confused. "But it sounds like English to me." "That's how Parseltongue works for those born with the ability," James explained. "You don't realize you're speaking or hearing a different language." Harry continued following the voice until it led him to a second-floor corridor where he found something disturbing, a large puddle of water reflecting ominous words painted on the wall in what looked horribly like blood. "The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the Air, beware." Beneath the message hung the petrified form of Mrs. Norris, Filch's cat, suspended by her tail from a torch bracket. "Don't touch anything," Flemmont warned as Harry approached the scene. The basilisk must have attacked the cat, but something's not right. A direct basilisk gaze kills, it doesn't petrify. Before Harry could retreat, the corridor filled with students returning from the Halloween feast. The crowd fell silent at the grisly tableau, until Draco Malfoy pushed to the front and proclaimed with obvious delight, "Enemies of the heir, beware. You'll be next, mudbloods." Filch's arrival, followed closely by professors including Dumbledore, transformed the scene into chaos. The caretaker accused Harry of killing his cat until Dumbledore intervened, explaining that Mrs. Norris was petrified, not dead, and could eventually be restored with a mandrake restorative draft. "Ask about the water," Charles advised as Dumbledore questioned Harry about his presence at the scene. "It's significant, basilisks are vulnerable to roosters and reflective surfaces." Harry carefully mentioned the flooded floor, which Hermione identified as coming from Moaning Myrtle's bathroom. The ghost of a girl who haunted the second-floor lavatory was notoriously sensitive, frequently flooding her domain during emotional outbursts. "Moaning Myrtle," Hardwin repeated thoughtfully. "The timing is suspicious. If she's the ghost of the girl who died when the chamber was opened in 1943. Harry's suspicion that Malfoy might be involved, given Draco's evident foreknowledge and his father's mysterious actions in Diagon Alley, dominated the trio's conversation as they returned to Gryffindor Tower. Hermione suggested they could investigate using Polyjuice Potion to disguise themselves as Slytherins and question Draco directly. "That's advanced magic," Harry said, genuinely impressed by Hermione's ambition. "Where would we even find the recipe?" "In most Patenti potions," she replied promptly. "But it's in the restricted section. We'd need a teacher's permission to access it." "Lockhart would sign anything if you flattered him enough," Ron suggested, earning a disapproving look from Hermione that didn't quite mask her agreement. While his friends pursued the Polyjuice plan, Harry continued his own investigations with his ancestors' guidance. They visited Moaning Myrtle's bathroom under the invisibility cloak, confirming it matched the grimoire's description of the possible chamber entrance: old-fashioned faucets, one marked with a tiny serpent that ordinary observers would mistake for an architectural detail. "This is it," Harry whispered as his spectral guides examined the bathroom. "But how would it open? And why isn't the basilisk killing its victims?" Mrs. Norris was only petrified. She saw the reflection in the water, Lily theorized. "A basilisk's gaze kills directly, but reflected or filtered, it only petrifies." As for opening the entrance, Hardwin added, Parseltongue would be the logical key. Slytherin's heir would command it to open using the language of serpents. Harry approached the serpent-marked faucet and whispered, "Open," but nothing happened. "You're speaking English," James explained. "To speak Parseltongue, you need to actually see a serpent or vividly imagine one." After several failed attempts, Harry managed to produce the distinctive hissing sounds of Parseltongue while visualizing the snake on the faucet coming alive. The sink receded into the floor, revealing a large pipe wide enough for a person to slide down, or a massive serpent to emerge from. "We should tell Professor Dumbledore immediately," Lily urged. "This confirms the chamber exists and the basilisk is real." Harry hesitated. Without evidence of who's controlling it, would he believe me? And how would I explain finding the entrance? Parseltongue is considered a dark ability, Dumbledore might think I'm involved. "Close it for now," Charles advised after a moment's consideration. "We need more information before proceeding. Specifically, who is Slytherin's heir, and how are they controlling the basilisk?" The entrance sealed itself when Harry hissed a command to close. As they left the bathroom, Harry noticed something significant: Ginny Weasley walking away from the corridor, her movements oddly stiff and mechanical, the black diary clutched tightly in her hand. "Follow her," Doria directed sharply. "That's not normal behavior for a first year after curfew." Harry pursued Ginny through the darkened castle, maintaining distance to avoid detection. She moved with purpose, heading toward the 7th floor until she suddenly stopped, swayed alarmingly, then collapsed against the wall. When she straightened moments later, her expression had completely transformed, from blank and empty to confused and frightened. "What's happening?" she whispered to herself, looking around as if uncertain how she'd arrived there. Tears filled her eyes as she hugged the diary closer and hurried toward Gryffindor Tower. "Possession," Fleamont concluded grimly as Harry followed at a safe distance. "The diary is controlling her, making her open the chamber. She has no memory of her actions while under its influence. So the diary contains, what? Slytherin's heir somehow?" Harry asked. "A memory, perhaps," Doria suggested. "A preserved consciousness. There are dark methods of binding personal essence to objects. The Black family library contained references to such magic. We need to get that diary away from her," Harry decided. "Before she's forced to do something worse than petrify a cat." The opportunity didn't present itself immediately. Ginny kept the diary with her constantly, sleeping with it under her pillow according to Hermione, who agreed to discreetly monitor the first-year girls' dormitory after Harry shared his suspicions, though not the full extent of his theory or knowledge of the chamber location. November brought the first Quidditch match of the season, Gryffindor vs. Slytherin, featuring the Slytherin team's new Nimbus 2001 brooms provided by Lucius Malfoy when he purchased Draco's position as Seeker. Despite the superior equipment, Harry outflew Malfoy handily, until a rogue bludger began targeting him exclusively, breaking his arm before he managed to catch the snitch and secure victory. What should have been a simple healing in the hospital wing turned disastrous when Lockhart attempted to mend the broken bone and instead removed all the bones entirely. Harry spent an agonizing night regrowing his arm bones with Skillgrow potion under Madame Pomfrey's care. It was during this hospital stay, awakened by the painful bone regeneration process in the middle of the night, that Harry witnessed a disturbing scene. Dumbledore and McGonagall arrived bearing a petrified student, Colin Creevey, a first-year Gryffindor who had been found on the stairs with his camera raised to his eye. "The Chamber of Secrets is indeed open again," Dumbledore confirmed quietly to McGonagall. When they departed, Harry's ancestors materialized around his hospital bed. "The situation is escalating," Charles said grimly. "From a cat to a student, the attacks will likely become more frequent." "Colin was probably trying to photograph the basilisk," Lily suggested. "The camera lens saved him from death, but the filtered view still petrified him." "We need to act soon," Harry agreed. "The diary is key. If we can get it from Ginny, we might stop the attacks entirely." His opportunity came in mid-December. Harry noticed Ginny leaving the diary unattended for the first time, placing it on a table in the Gryffindor common room while she retrieved a forgotten book from her dormitory. Moving quickly, Harry approached the table, cast a switching spell to replace the diary with a transfigured replica that would pass casual inspection, and concealed the real diary in his robes. "She'll notice eventually," James warned as Harry retreated to his dormitory with the contraband. "The diary likely has magical methods of compelling its user to return." "Then we need to learn what it is quickly," Harry replied, examining the small black book. The faded inscription on the back cover read T.M. Riddle, and the front label indicated it had been purchased from a Muggle store on Vauxhall Road, London, 50 years earlier. "That matches the timing of the first chamber opening," Fleamont noted. 1943 would be 50 years ago. Harry opened the diary cautiously, but found only blank pages. Even when he attempted writing in it, the ink simply vanished into the paper without response. "It's dormant," Doria observed. "It likely responds only to specific individuals or under certain conditions." "Write something more personal," Lily suggested. "If it's designed to possess the writer, it may require emotional connection to activate." Harry dipped his quill in ink again and wrote, "My name is Harry Potter." "Who are you?" The ink disappeared as before, but this time words appeared in response, written in a handwriting different from Harry's own. "Hello, Harry Potter. My name is Tom Riddle. How did you come by my diary?" A chill ran down Harry's spine. The diary was conscious, aware, able to communicate. "Don't engage further," Charles warned sharply. "This is dangerous magic, Harry. Close the diary now." Harry obeyed, shutting the book firmly. "What is it? What kind of magic makes a book interactive like that?" His ancestors exchanged troubled glances before Fleamont answered. "There are methods of preserving consciousness in objects, creating what might be considered a magical AI, to use a Muggle computing term. But this feels more complete. More sentient. Could it be possessing Ginny because it's sentient?" Harry asked. "Possibly," Doria replied. "Though normal enchanted objects shouldn't have that capability unless specifically designed for possession. This may be something darker, a soul fragment or preserved memory with unusual powers." "We need to research Tom Riddle," James decided. "The name may provide clues about the diary's origin and purpose." "And we should examine the diary magically," Lily added. "Carefully, without writing in it again." Over the Christmas holidays, with most students gone home, Harry had ample opportunity for both tasks. His diagnostic spells revealed little. The diary had powerful protective enchantments that resisted analysis, but his research into Tom Riddle proved more fruitful. In the trophy room, Harry discovered a special award for services to the school presented to T.M. Riddle in 1943, the same year the chamber was first opened. Further investigation in old school records showed Riddle was a prefect, then head boy, with outstanding academic achievements across all subjects. He received an award the same year the chamber was opened and a student died, Harry said thoughtfully. "That can't be coincidence. Unless..." Fleamont began slowly, "unless Riddle was credited with stopping the attacks. If he was the one who identified Hagrid as the culprit. Then he's either a hero who stopped the real heir of Slytherin," Harry continued, "or he framed Hagrid to cover his own involvement." "We should speak with Hagrid," Lily suggested. "Carefully, without revealing too much. He might provide insights about Riddle and the events of 1943. Their plan to visit Hagrid was delayed, however, by the completion of Hermione's polyjuice potion. On Christmas night, the trio implemented their scheme to interrogate Malfoy disguised as Crabbe and Goyle. Hermione's transformation went disastrously wrong when she accidentally used cat hair instead of human. The information they gathered was disappointing. Draco knew the chamber had been opened before but had no idea who the current heir of Slytherin was, though he hoped they would succeed in killing mudbloods, where Slytherin's original plan had failed. With Hermione in the hospital wing recovering from her partial cat transformation, Harry and Ron finally visited Hagrid in early January. Their gentle questioning about the previous opening of the chamber visibly distressed the gamekeeper. "That was a terrible time," Hagrid said, his massive hands trembling slightly as he poured tea. "Terrible accusations, but Dumbledore knew I never. He kept me on as gamekeeper after I was expelled." "What exactly happened?" Harry pressed cautiously. "Don't like talkin' about it," Hagrid muttered. "They snapped my wand and everything. Wouldn't we been sent to Azkaban if not fair Dumbledore standin' up fair me." "Who accused you?" Ron asked, less subtle than Harry would have preferred. Hagrid's expression darkened. "Prefect named Tom Riddle. Caught me with Aragog, said he was the monster attackin' students. But Aragog never hurt nobody. He's an acromantula, giant spider, not whatever was petrifying students." "So Riddle was wrong?" Harry suggested carefully. "Course he was wrong," Hagrid burst out. "But who'd believe me over perfect Tom Riddle? Teacher's favorite, head boy material, and me just a third-year half-giant with a dangerous creature." The visit confirmed their suspicions. Riddle had indeed framed Hagrid, likely to cover his own role as the heir of Slytherin. But the connection between the teenage Riddle of 50 years ago and the current attacks remained unclear, as did the diary's exact nature and purpose. The diary must contain Riddle's preserved consciousness, Doria theorized as they returned to the castle. He's possessing Ginny to continue Slytherin's work 50 years later. But why? Harry wondered. What's the ultimate goal? Just attacking Muggleborns? The answer became clearer in February when Harry finally decided to risk further interaction with the diary. Using a self-inking quill to maintain physical distance from the book, a precaution suggested by Fleamont, Harry wrote new questions to Tom Riddle, pretending ignorance about the chamber while seeking specific information. "Were you at Hogwarts when the Chamber of Secrets was opened 50 years ago?" he wrote. "Yes," came Riddle's reply. "Do you know who opened it?" "I can show you," Riddle responded. Before Harry could react, the diary's pages began to turn rapidly, a miniature window appearing on one page that grew larger until Harry felt himself being pulled into the book, a magical form of time travel or memory projection. Inside Riddle's memory, Harry witnessed the teenage prefect confront Hagrid with a large box containing what Hagrid called Aragog. More significantly, Harry saw Riddle himself, a handsome, dark-haired Slytherin with an oddly familiar presence that Harry couldn't quite place. When Harry emerged from the memory, his ancestors were waiting with concerned expressions. "That was exceedingly dangerous," Charles scolded. "Memory magic that powerful could easily trap you." "I had to see him," Harry defended. "To understand what we're dealing with. And something about Riddle seems familiar, though I can't place why." "His mannerisms," Lily observed thoughtfully. "The way he holds himself, speaks, it reminds me of someone." "Did you notice he never actually showed the chamber or the monster?" James pointed out. "Just Hagrid with a spider. He's still concealing the truth while pretending to reveal it." Before Harry could respond, a commotion erupted in the Gryffindor common room. Ginny Weasley was frantically searching for something, turning out her bag and pockets while growing increasingly distraught. "She's discovered the diary is missing," Doria noted. "Her reaction is extreme, further evidence of magical compulsion." Harry concealed the diary more securely in his trunk, reinforcing its hiding place with protective charms. The immediate problem of Ginny's possession seemed temporarily solved, but Harry remained troubled by the diary's nature and Riddle's true identity. His concerns were justified when, despite Ginny no longer having the diary, another attack occurred. Justin Finch-Fletchley and nearly headless Nick were found petrified in a corridor, the ghost's transparent form somehow affected by the basilisk's gaze, while Justin had apparently seen the reflection through Nick rather than direct eye contact. The attacks aren't stopping, Harry realized with growing dread. How is the chamber still being opened if Ginny doesn't have the diary? There are several possibilities, Fleamont considered. Riddle may have already established enough control to maintain influence even without direct contact. Or there could be another method of control we haven't identified. The situation deteriorated further when Hermione and a Ravenclaw prefect were found petrified near the library, a small mirror in Hermione's hand suggesting she had discovered the basilisk's nature and was using reflection for protection. With the school now in a state of high alert, students were escorted between classes by teachers, all evening activities were cancelled, and talk of closing Hogwarts permanently began circulating. Harry's guilt over withholding information about the chamber's location intensified. "I should tell Dumbledore everything," he told his ancestors. About finding the entrance, about the basilisk, about the diary. "Without Riddle's true identity, the information may not be sufficient," Charles cautioned. "And revealing your Parseltongue ability could put you under suspicion." "We need more information about Tom Riddle," James decided. "There must be records of what happened to him after Hogwarts." Their research hit a puzzling dead end. Tom Marvolo Riddle seemed to have vanished from wizarding records after leaving Hogwarts. No employment history, no further academic achievements, no marriage or death certificates. "It's as if he changed his identity," Lily mused. "Or left Britain entirely. Or became someone else entirely," Harry said slowly, a terrible suspicion forming. "Someone we know by a different name now." The realization struck them simultaneously, Fleamont speaking what they all suddenly understood. An anagram. Tom Marvolo Riddle, rearranged, it could spell. Harry grabbed parchment and quill, writing out the name and rearranging the letters until they formed a chilling phrase, "I am Lord Voldemort." "The diary contains a piece of Voldemort," Harry whispered, horror washing over him. "Young Voldemort, before he became what he is now." "This changes everything," Charles said gravely. "We're not dealing with an ordinary dark artifact. This is Voldemort's own creation, designed to reopen the chamber and continue Slytherin's work. We need to destroy it," Lily stated firmly, "before it can possess anyone else or unleash the basilisk again." Destroying the diary proved more challenging than anticipated. Conventional damage spells bounced off its surface. Fire charms produced smoke but no actual burning. Even physical attempts with a basilisk fang Harry carefully retrieved from the chamber entrance while investigating under his invisibility cloak merely scratched the cover without penetrating. "This suggests powerful dark magic," Doria observed. "Objects with this level of protection usually contain significant portions of the creator's essence or power." Before they could devise a more effective destruction method, events accelerated dramatically. One evening in late May, Harry discovered a new message written in blood beneath the original warning: "Her skeleton will lie in the chamber forever." McGonagall's amplified voice soon echoed through the castle, ordering all students to their dormitories immediately. Under his invisibility cloak, Harry followed the professors to the staff room where he learned the devastating news: Ginny Weasley had been taken into the chamber itself. "We have to act now," Harry told his ancestors as he raced toward Moaning Myrtle's bathroom, clutching the diary and his invisibility cloak. "Even without the diary, Voldemort has taken Ginny into the chamber. She'll die if we don't save her." "You need backup," James insisted. "This is too dangerous to face alone." "There's no time to convince anyone," Harry argued, reaching the bathroom and approaching the serpent-marked sink. "Every teacher thinks the chamber is a myth. By the time I could explain everything and convince them, Ginny could be dead." His ancestors recognized the determination in his eyes, the same look James had worn when protecting his family, that Charles had shown in dueling tournaments, that generations of Potters had displayed when confronting darkness. "Then we go together," Fleamont said. "All of us. Our knowledge, our magic through you, our combined strength." Harry nodded, turned to the sink, and hissed in Parseltongue, "Open." The sink receded, revealing the large pipe leading downward into darkness. Without hesitation, Harry sat at the edge and pushed off, sliding down what felt like a stone waterslide for miles beneath the school. He landed on a damp stone floor covered with small animal bones, his ancestors materializing around him in the subterranean gloom. "Light," Doria suggested, and Harry cast a wandless lumos that illuminated their surroundings, an ancient tunnel stretching ahead into darkness. They moved forward cautiously, encountering first a massive snakeskin shed by the basilisk, then a cave-in that had partially blocked the tunnel. Harry squeezed through a gap in the rubble, emerging before an ornate door carved with serpents. Another Parseltongue password, Hardwin identified. "This is the chamber's inner sanctum." Harry commanded the door to open, and it did, serpents moving across its surface, locks disengaging with mechanical precision. Beyond lay the Chamber of Secrets itself, a vast stone hall lined with towering serpent statues, a walkway over shallow water leading to an enormous statue of Salazar Slytherin at the far end. And lying still as death at the statue's feet was Ginny Weasley, her vibrant red hair spread around her pale face, the black diary beside her outstretched hand. "Ginny!" Harry rushed forward, his ancestors spreading out around him in defensive formation. He knelt beside her, checking for signs of life. "She's alive, but barely breathing. Her skin is ice cold. She won't wake," came a soft voice from the shadows. A tall, black-haired boy leaned against the nearest pillar, watching Harry with interest. Though seemingly solid, he was oddly blurred around the edges, as if viewed through a misted window. Harry recognized him immediately from the memory. "Tom Riddle," he acknowledged, rising to face the manifestation. "Or should I say, Lord Voldemort?" Surprise flickered across Riddle's handsome features. You know my true identity. I'm impressed, Harry Potter. Few make that connection. What have you done to Ginny? Harry demanded, noting that his ancestors had positioned themselves strategically around the chamber, examining their surroundings while remaining near enough to advise him. An interesting question, Riddle replied conversationally. You see, little Ginny poured her heart and soul into my diary for months. Her fears, her hopes, her secrets. All flowing into me, strengthening me while I poured a little of myself back into her. You possessed her, Harry stated flatly. Made her open the chamber, set the basilisk on students. Yes, Riddle smiled. Though she fought impressively at times. Tried to dispose of the diary after suspecting it was controlling her. But I'd grown strong enough by then to act independently for short periods. And once you took possession of the diary yourself. His smile widened. Well, that was an unexpected gift. The famous Harry Potter, delivering himself to Lord Voldemort. Harry noticed something alarming. Riddle was becoming more solid as they spoke, while Ginny grew paler. You're draining her life force to become corporeal. Perceptive, Riddle approved. Soon I'll have enough of her life to leave the diary entirely. Lord Voldemort will return, younger and stronger than before. The diary, Fleamont's voice came urgently from beside Harry. It's the tether. If you destroy it, his manifestation should dissolve. Harry's hand moved imperceptibly toward his pocket where he'd stowed the diary before entering the chamber. Looking for this? Riddle smirked, holding up the diary that had somehow transferred from Harry's pocket to his hand. Magic is a wonderful thing, isn't it? Especially for one as talented as I. You won't succeed, Harry said, stalling while assessing his options. Dumbledore will stop you, just like he did in my first year. Riddle's expression hardened. Dumbledore has been driven from this castle by the mere memory of me. But I'm not interested in discussing him. I want to know about you, Harry Potter. How did a baby with no extraordinary magical talent defeat the greatest wizard of all time? You're not the greatest wizard, Harry retorted. Albus Dumbledore is. Dumbledore was driven away by the mere memory of me. Riddle hissed. He's never gone, Harry countered, not as long as those who remain are loyal to him. As if summoned by his words, music suddenly filled the chamber, Phoenix song, heralding the arrival of Fawkes, Dumbledore's magical bird. The phoenix circled the chamber once before dropping something at Harry's feet, the sorting hat. Riddle laughed derisively. This is what Dumbledore sends his defender. A songbird and an old hat? The sword, whispered the oldest Potter ancestor, materializing fully beside Harry, his spectral form more defined than Harry had ever seen it. The sword of Gryffindor may come to a worthy heir in times of need. Understanding immediately, Harry snatched up the sorting hat. As his fingers closed around the ancient fabric, something heavy dropped into it, a gleaming silver sword with rubies the size of eggs embedded in the hilt. Enough of this, Riddle snarled, turning to the statue of Slytherin. He hissed in Parseltongue, "Speak to me, Slytherin, greatest of the Hogwarts Four." The statue's mouth opened, revealing a dark tunnel from which emerged the basilisk, enormous, brilliantly green, with poisonous yellow eyes that Harry immediately averted his gaze from. "Kill him," Riddle commanded in Parseltongue. What followed was the most desperate battle of Harry's young life. Fawkes attacked the basilisk's eyes, blinding it and eliminating its deadly gaze. Harry wielded the sword of Gryffindor with strength and skill beyond his years, his ancestors guiding his movements with centuries of combined combat experience. Wait for it to strike, then thrust upward. Charles directed as the massive serpent lunged blindly. Its scales are impenetrable from above. Doria warned. Aim for the roof of the mouth when it opens to strike. Harry ducked, rolled, and slashed, the sword becoming an extension of his arm. Despite his enhanced abilities, the basilisk's sheer size and speed made the battle perilous. When the serpent finally lunged directly at him, Harry drove the sword upward through the roof of its mouth, but one poisonous fang sank deeply into his arm in the process. The basilisk collapsed, dead from the sword thrust, but Harry felt the deadly venom spreading rapidly through his body. He staggered back, pulling the fang from his arm as he fell to his knees beside Ginny's still form. "You're dying, Potter," Riddle observed with satisfaction, now almost completely solid. "Basilisk venom has no cure except phoenix tears, and your bird is too late. In minutes, I'll fully return, and Lord Voldemort will rise again." "Phoenix tears," Lily whispered urgently. "Fawkes can heal you." As if hearing her, the phoenix landed beside Harry, pearly tears falling onto his wound. The pain receded immediately as the healing tears countered the venom. Riddle, realizing what was happening, raised Harry's own wand, somehow acquired during the battle, to stop the healing. Before he could cast, Harry seized the basilisk fang from the floor and, with a sudden inspiration, plunged it into the diary lying nearby. Ink erupted from the book like blood from a wound. Riddle screamed, a terrible, piercing sound of rage and pain, as his form began to fracture, light splintering through cracks in his appearance until he exploded in a blinding flash. Silence fell in the chamber, broken only by the drip of ink from the ruined diary. Then Ginny stirred, color returning to her cheeks as she sat up, disoriented and terrified. "Harry," she whispered, then saw the dead basilisk and the ink-soaked diary. Horror filled her expression. "Oh no, it was me. I opened the chamber, but I didn't mean to. Riddle made me. It's all right," Harry assured her, helping her to her feet. "Riddle's finished, and the basilisk is dead. It's over now." With Fawkes's help, Harry managed to return Ginny to the surface, flying up through the pipe network by holding the phoenix's tail feathers. They emerged in Moaning Myrtle's bathroom to find the entire school in chaos, with Dumbledore having mysteriously returned and the Weasleys frantic about their missing daughter. The aftermath unfolded in Dumbledore's office. Harry explained everything, well, almost everything. He described finding the diary among Ginny's possessions, discovering its connection to Tom Riddle, and determining that Riddle was a younger version of Voldemort who had possessed Ginny to open the chamber. He revealed the basilisk as Slytherin's monster and how Fawkes and the Sorting Hat had come to his aid. The only details he omitted were his ancestral guides and his prior knowledge of the chamber's location. "But how did you know it was a basilisk specifically?" Dumbledore asked, his piercing blue eyes studying Harry carefully. "Hermione figured it out," Harry explained truthfully. "She was researching deadly monsters before she was petrified. I found a page torn from a library book in her hand, describing basilisks and their weaknesses." This satisfied Dumbledore, who then explained how Ginny had been absolved of responsibility as a victim of possession, how Hagrid had been cleared of all charges and was being released from Azkaban where he'd been held preventatively during the crisis, and how Lucius Malfoy, who had indeed planted the diary on Ginny, had been removed as a school governor for threatening his colleagues. "But what was the diary, Professor?" Harry asked, already suspecting the terrible truth. How could Voldemort's memory affect people like that? Dumbledore's expression grew grave. "A question I myself have been pondering, Harry. The diary was more than a simple memory preservation charm. Tom Riddle preserved something of himself in that diary, something powerful and malevolent. Beyond that, I cannot yet say with certainty. But Harry's ancestors could, and did, once he was alone in his dormitory that night." "It was a Horcrux," Doria stated grimly, her spectral form unusually distinct in the darkness. "Dark magic of the worst kind, a receptacle for a fragment of soul, torn apart through the act of murder and preserved to anchor the creator to life even if their body is destroyed. That's how Voldemort survived when the killing curse rebounded," Harry realized. "He had a Horcrux, the diary, keeping part of his soul safe. And likely others," Fleamont added soberly. "No dark wizard would risk their immortality on a single object, especially one designed to be actively used rather than hidden away. So even though I've destroyed the diary, Voldemort still can't truly die?" Harry asked. "Not until all his Horcruxes are destroyed," James confirmed. "Which means our work is far from over." "But you've taken the first step," Lily said proudly. "You've faced Voldemort again and triumphed. You saved Ginny, destroyed a piece of his soul, and proved yourself worthy of Gryffindor's sword, a feat few wizards in history have accomplished." As the term concluded with a celebratory feast, petrified victims restored, and Hagrid returning to thunderous applause, Harry reflected on how much had changed since his ancestral awakening 2 years prior. He had faced Voldemort in 2 different forms and survived. He had discovered his heritage and begun to claim his family legacy. He had learned magic beyond his years and faced challenges that would have broken many adult wizards. Yet the path ahead seemed increasingly complex. Horcruxes to find and destroy. A Dark Lord seeking to return. A wizarding world still largely ignorant of the coming storm. "We'll be ready," Charles promised, as if reading Harry's thoughts. "Together, we'll prepare for whatever comes next." Harry nodded, his hand unconsciously touching the Potter's signet ring concealed beneath his robes. The walls of Hogwarts had protected generations of students, including countless Potters before him. These halls of stone and secrets had witnessed darkness before and survived. With his ancestors' guidance and his own growing power, Harry was determined to ensure they would endure whatever darkness threatened next. Together, he agreed quietly, feeling the comforting presence of his family around him as they prepared for the journey home, and the challenges that awaited beyond. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.